Okay. Hey guys, good afternoon and welcome to today's live conversation. My name is Gloria Elijah. This is Frankly Speaking with Gloria Elijah, and I am the girl with the T. Super excited to be having this conversation with all of you today. Um, yeah, there's a lot to talk about. Can see the comment section is already active, quite exciting. But how have you all been? I miss our chats, to be very honest. Hence the reason I tried putting out a video. Was it yesterday? Yes, yesterday. Just to touch ground with everybody. In preparation for today's conversation. I'm super excited about today's conversation because it is something that I have been contesting with, some of us in the course of the season about who the best gamer is. It's a very interesting topic, right? Um, Looking at the fact that everybody has their fave and everybody believes that their fave played the best game. It's quite interesting to see people's preferences for who they would give that tag as the best gamer of the season. But we have to call a spade, right? We have to call a spade because as much as everybody sees their favorite housemate as the best player of the season, there will always be those that stood out. Yes. And personally, I have got my own list of those that I watched. I watched and I evaluated their games, their strategies, how they conducted themselves in the house, how they interpreted the theme of the season, how they upheld the theme of the season, and how they also upheld their own strategy that they either told us or probably came up with whilst they were inside Big Brother's house. All right. So that is going to be today's conversation. But before we get into it proper, this is a special welcome to every single one of you once again, especially those of us that were already engaging the content in the comment section before we even started on YouTube. Thank you all so much. You guys are far too kind. You guys are simply amazing. I always tell you that there'll never be a Saturday live conversation without your presence. I will always appreciate your presence. Thank you all so much for tuning in, for coming through. All right. And for those of you on Twitter, you're especially welcome. Um, you know the drill. I'm just going to give a bit of a preamble to the conversation. And then afterwards, if you're on Twitter, you can send in a request to join the conversation. If you're on YouTube, I would, as usual, share a link to the conversation so that you can click on it and become a part of the conversation. All right. Okay, without further ado, let's just quickly get right into it. I see a lot of amazing people in the comment section. Oh my God. I see Zamir, I see S. Kuku, I see Alonso, I see Vanessa. Wow, you guys are simply amazing. Anyways, let's quickly get into it. Now, guys, let me remind you all right? Um, Please, this is just an analysis. Don't take it too personal. Please, don't take it too personal. All right. The show is over. Let's have fun with the conversation. Okay. Okay. Now, um, I noticed that with every season of Big Brother, a lot of people confuse gamers with entertainers. Yeah, I was one of those people. I used to confuse people that used to shout a lot, that used to fight a lot, that used to cause a lot of drama in the house as, gamers. I used to mix it up. But the truth is, they're actually different. Sometimes they are intertwined. And I'll explain. All right. Now, with every season of Big Brother, there are different personalities that are selected to participate on the show for the season. There are those individuals that are quite loud, quite vocal, very assertive, very energetic, right? And then some people give themselves the name of the king or the queen of highlights. Now, in same season, there are those ones that are quite strategic. And when we talk about strategy, sometimes the most strategic ones might not end up being the winners of the season. Yeah. But it doesn't take away from them the fact that they're quite strategic about how they played their game. So there are also those ones that are quite strategic. When you listen to your conversations, when you see the way they move around the house, You see how they are quite intentional about the things they do, about their actions, about their conversations, about their friendships, which automatically turn to alliances. We see all of these things from certain individuals. Now, we also see those ones that are quite the gamers. You see those ones, yeah? They listen to the theme of the season and they stick to it. For them, they have a point to prove. For them, they want to prove that with regards to the theme of the season, they they can adhere to the theme of the season and they will do great by it. They will stand by it to the finish. And for this season, if I do say so myself, we fortunately had the one housemate that stuck to the theme of the season also emerge the winner of the season. The no lose guard season. No lose guard. We've actually defined no lose guard quite a number of times in this community. And just to refresh our minds again, we've defined it in so many ways, but one way that actually stood out is to not lose your guard in the English version, right? Not lose your guard, stand your ground, be at alert. Yeah. Do not be taken unawares. Be alert. Do not be taken unawares. Do not lose your guard. Stand your ground. Stand firm in what you believe in your true, authentic self. Yeah. So that was the theme, that was the theme of the season. And as I mentioned earlier, KELLYRAE stood his ground. He did not lose his ground, was quite alert. And I'll explain. Because I've seen a lot of arguments, in different spaces, different social media platforms, people saying that, oh my God, we have the most undeserving winner ever. And I'm like, well, do I contest it? Not really. Because, because of how the season panned out, because of how draggy the season panned out, I myself said it, that if anybody was to emerge the winner this season, for me, there's no deserving winner. But if we talk about a worthy winner in the sense of the person that actually stuck to the theme of the season and greatly interpreted the theme of the season, yes, we have a worthy winner, and that is KELLYRAE. Yes. So a lot of people have argued that, oh, KELLYRAE is not a deserving winner, that Wani should have won. And I asked why. Why should it have been Wani? Why should Wani have been the winner? Why? How exactly did she play the game? Someone said somewhere that, oh, the person that should have won the season is the one person that actually gave their all. And then it begs the question of, how do we define the person that gave their all? What does that mean? What does that mean? They said, oh, we saw the person cry, the person laugh, we saw the person love, we saw the person hate. I'm like, oh, wow. Wow. Well, is that the theme of the season though? Does the theme of the season say the person who gave their all? Or does it really say no lose guard? And when you find yourself in certain situations, how do you hold your forte? How do you hold yourself? How do you interpret such situation? And like I said, everybody has their fave. And of course, people will definitely fight for their fave. People will definitely defend their fave, want to defend their fave's honor and proclaim their fave the rightful winner. But I put it to you today that when it comes to interpreting the theme of the season, Wani did not even come close. Wani lost her guard from the beginning. Wani lost her guard from the very get-go. So from the very get-go, when you talk about Wani being the winner, I'm sorry, Wani already lost the season from the beginning. She already lost. And you see, this is where we need to be very careful with our definitions. As I mentioned at the start of this conversation, a lot of people believe that it is the one person that fights a lot, or the one person that shouts a lot, or the one person that is very, very conspicuous. The one person that when the camera is on them, they are doing something extravagant. They are being very loud and boisterous, and they are making noise, or they are doing something exciting. Those people that are very energetic and active. People just believe that, those ones, they should be the winner automatically. I'm like, well, that is not the way it works. Because if that is the way it works, then in life as well, it should be the loudest people that win, on all counts. Whereas in life, in the society at large, we have people that are very quiet, but they are billionaires. We have people that are very quiet and they are winning silently and they are living large silently. And it just goes to show that just as we've said before over and over again, the show is just a microcosm of the larger society. It just gives you a reflection of what truly happens in life. So for those people that are complaining that, oh, one should have won over KELLYRAE, let us analyze how these housemates played their game in order of this selection that I've come up with. All right. Now I've come up with 3 selections: the gamers, the strategists, and the queens of highlights. Yes, the queens of highlights, right? We also have a king of highlights as well, but no, majorly we have the queens of highlights. Now, when we talk about the gamers of the season, like people that really played the game according to the theme of the season, we have 4 people, a pair and 2 individuals. So we have them Badue twins, OZEE and OZEE. I'll explain, just stay with me. We have OZEE and OZEE, we have Sean, and we also have KELLYRAE, who emerged the rightful winner according to the theme of the season. Because I've talked about KELLYRAE a lot, he's going to be the last person I'll talk about under this category. But let's begin with them Badue twins. How did them Badue twins bag the title, Glory Elijah's title, of the best and like the biggest gamers of the season? Well, they understood the assignment. They understood what was required according to the theme of the season. They understood that for the season to be a dual season, it means that it could be quite difficult to infiltrate a duo's, like infiltrate the connection that a duo already has. Remember, this season was quite unique. We had siblings, we had relatives, we had lovers, we had friends, we had colleagues that came into the show as a pair to play the game, to compete for the ultimate prize. So the Badue twins, they recognize this. If 2 best friends were to audition together to come play a game, then it means that they actually have a bond. It means they trust each other to some extent. It means they believe in each other's capacity, to thrive and survive and excel in such a confined space and not be moved, by anything flashy that they might encounter in Big Brother's house, not even to the point of getting that ugly notion to even betray the other person. It takes a lot of consideration for 2 people to decide to want to come into Big Brother's house and play the game. So don't Badue twins, without even saying it, but just by merely studying their actions, studying their movements around the house, and also listening to their conversations, you could tell that they came prepared. With the advantage, of course, of them being twins, best friends all their life, soulmates, if you want to also put it that way. They came into the house with that advantage. So they understood each other, they had each other's back, and they were able to survey the environment, considered the fact that, okay, this might be a very dicey situation. We might not be able to penetrate people's covens that they already built for themselves. So what did they do? They decided to build their own coven. Yep, they did. They decided to build their own coven. And how did they help that coven to thrive? They brought in people from their own tribe. Yeah. They brought in and they also accepted people from their own tribe. And this is the part where I'm going to make reference to what TJ said to Ben, because I mentioned last week that I was going to explain this and put this into context. Yeah, because there was a lot of misinterpretation of what TJ said. A lot of people felt like what TJ said was quite tribalistic, but I understood where TJ was coming from, and here is the explanation. All right. So it's like this: when you walk into a space, sometimes the people you trust first are the people from your tribe, your community. Why? Because you people speak the same language. And what do they say about language? Language is a powerful force for unity. It's a powerful force that brings people together and creates an automatic understanding between or amongst such people. Now, if you had watched the show from the very beginning, you would have seen that there were quite a number of times when the Mbadwe twins would communicate with the checkers pair, that's Onyeka and her sister, as well as the Ndi Nne pair, using the Igbo language. And, because this season was a very anyhow type of season where Big Brother did not even bother to fully implement the rule book, they did not get punishments. They did not get punishments for it. So there are quite a number of times that in and around the house, the Mbadiwe twins, sometimes they want to say things to the girls. Mbadiwe, sorry, Nne and Ndi Nne, is it Nne and Chinne, yeah, and Onyeka and Chizoba, and sometimes they will say it in maybe one or two words of Igbo language. They'll just say it, and those ones will laugh, and they will quickly act like you didn't say anything. That created some sort of bond and unity amongst them. They presented themselves as the big brothers to those girls. And mind you, as even though Nne graduated with the first class, there's still an inner child that sort of longed for that spirit of community in Big Brother's house. Remember, it's a game, right? And in Big Brother's house, sometimes the environment tends to be quite toxic. So there's this comfort housemates seek in getting into a relationship with people in terms of shipping or maybe forming alliances or friendships. So you could tell that the Ndi Nne pair, as much as they were quite upset within Badway twins in the very first week, all that shenanigan about who won head of house, who decided to vote for who or nominate who via the ballot system, they still needed that comfort. And so they embraced the Badway twins. They embraced them as brothers in tribe. That was what TJ saw. And that was exactly what TJ was explaining to Ben. So it wasn't like TJ was saying that, the Mbadiwe twins were being tribalistic. No, he was just stating an observation. And I wish Ebuka had actually seen it that way as well. So that was what TJ was explaining. And it wasn't really a bad thing, if you think about it, because I'll use myself as an example. My 9-to-5 job, one of my 9-to-5 jobs that I had, it was a very, in my opinion, very toxic environment because I was in an office room where I was the only person from the South, a Akwa Ibom girl, and the other 3 people there, they were Yoruba. And from the beginning to the end of work hour, from 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., they only communicate using the Yoruba language. It made me feel bad. It made me feel small. And sometimes you want to have conversations with them. They will engage you in English, but when they want to talk to each other, they will use the Yoruba language. Sometimes I felt bad, but other times I'm like, whatever. So I had to tell myself that, okay, maybe they found comfort in communicating with each other or one another using their local dialect. I don't know, but whatever. So I had to teach myself to not care. Some people might be uncomfortable in that situation, but I had to teach myself that sometimes people just need that comfort. Yes, David, Glory, speaking English makes us feel better. Exactly, yeah. But sometimes people do that. So, the Mbadiwe twins, they created their own coven. There was the Ndi Nne pair there. There was the Checkers sisters, who, of course, brought themselves into that clique. And then, as boys, boys to men, the Mbadiwe twins, they formed this very solid friendship with Sean. Now, I don't know if they knew each other from the outside. I don't know. But from what we saw from, on the inside, they formed this very solid friendship. And then there was also Suj and Tofa, who were like the babies of that clique because they're quite young. From what we heard, Suj is 23 years old. Tofa is, how old is Tofa? I think Tofa is 23 or 20, is it 24 or 26? I don't even know which one because that guy lied twice. So I don't even know which one he ended up being at the end of the day, right? So, guys, please, whoever it is, I'm on live. Jesus Christ, somebody's at my door. Anyways, as I was saying, yeah. Oh, thank you very much. Tofa is 24. So those guys, they're quite young. And then, by the way, twins, they're 27. And listen, guys, no matter how we want to see it, no matter how we want to look at it, age makes a huge difference in the space of friendship. A 23-year-old or a 24-year-old can be very smart and intelligent, but please go away. I'm busy. Just go away. I'm busy, okay? Or send me a message or a text. All right. So as I was saying, my God, that was such an annoying distraction. But as I was saying, in the space of friendship, age plays a huge difference. Then, by the way, guys, they were 37, or they are still probably 37. And then Suj and Tofa, very, very young and impressionable, if you know what I mean, quite impressionable, you know. And aside the fact that the Mbadiwe twins, they also had their name playing to their advantage, you know. People had heard about their name, Mbadiwe, Mbadiwe, Mbadiwe. So people already had an idea who they were, where they were coming from, you know, their family, their background, and whatnot, you know. So they also had that to their advantage, right? But the guys, Suj and Tofa, you could tell that they needed people to look up to in the house. And they were looking up to them, by the way, twins, to a great extent. And that was why OZEE and OZEE's influence over Tofa especially was quite major. There were a lot of times that Tofa wanted to do things or take action or do whatever, but the Mbadiwe twins would advise him not to do anything dramatic, not to say anything, not to do anything. So it was like they were Tofa's dad. Oh, and they were also calling him my son, right? So it was like they were Tofa's dad who were directing his movements around the house. Now, Suj would have been under their thumb 100%, but it was his ship with Nelly that got him really distracted. But Suj was also under the influence of the Mbadiwe twins. Now, Sean proved himself to be quite loyal to the Mbadiwe twins. How? He recognized their influence. He recognized the fact that their name was also playing to their advantage. And so what did he do? He tried to prove himself to them 100%. And that was the reason why whenever there was the nomination process, you will see how Sean will be vehemently trying to control Victoria's choices. Victoria is partner at the time. He'll be trying to control her choices and ensuring that she nominated who he and then, by the way, twins had agreed to nominate. On one occasion like that, it actually told Victoria that, oh, you don't want them to think that we're not loyal. No, we want to prove ourselves that, oh, we're actually loyal. I'm like, oh, wow. Okay. Touche. Touche. So those, by the way, twins, they had that major influence in the house. And aside from their coven that they created, they also tried to spread that influence around the house. The one person that really resisted them loudly was Chinwe. Chinwe refused to, like, Chinwe refused. Chinwe refused, like, blatantly. She was not just in the mood. She was not interested. For her, no way. I did not come to this house to be a daddy or maybe a daughter to anybody. No, I came here to play the game. Though she had her own relationship situation, but she refused. And so she was able to create her own caucus with people like the Flourish Pair as members, Ruthie, DJ Flo. There was Victoria. Now, Victoria was like the neutral body there, right? Though she leaned towards Chinwe's caucus more, but she and Cassia, they were kind of like in the middle of it all. There was also the Street Pair. The Street Pair, they were able to stay on their own as well. But when we talk about those people that understood the theme of the season and decided that, okay, for us not to lose our guard, for us to survive in this game, we need to have everybody under our thumb. We need to have the power of influence, not just by our name or our father's name, but also by influencing their choices and their decisions. Then, by the way, twins were able to do that. And so, if you notice in the earliest weeks, when Sean started this thing with Wani, and Wani would always come and throw herself at Sean, then by the way, twins will be teasing him. Guy, you are losing guard. Guy, you don't lose guard, oh. You are losing your guard, oh. Guy, remember why you are here. And, we're complaining that Sean was acting like, Wani repulsed him. Like Wani was irritating him. That was a part of it. But another reason Sean was also holding back from Wani was, in by the way, twins' constant reminder for him to stand his ground and not lose his guard. So Sean, it seemed like he was kind of their pawn, but he wasn't. And this is what also makes Sean another great gamer on the show. Now, by the way, twins, yes, I give them their flowers. They did what they did, as I have explained. Now, moving on to Sean. Sean saw the power of influence that the Mbadue twins had. And he knew that because of his personality, because of how uptight, because of how stiff and unemotional he is, he realized, guys, I'm just speaking based on my analysis. I'm not in Sean's mind. I'm just speaking based on what I observed, all right? Now, he realized that he did not have that kind of influence. He did not have that kind of power to influence people. Now, mind you, the Mbadue twins, they were quite friendly. People said that, oh, they were quite respectful to people. Well, if we are going to be honest in this conversation, they were not very respectful to people. They just had that power of influence. And the thing about the power of influence is, even when you are rude, even when you are uncouth, even when you are disrespectful, people will still revere you. People will still respect you. That's the power of influence. It's just like, for instance, now you go to a place, you see all this paparazzi that gather to, take pictures of celebrities. And the celebrities, sometimes they are so offhandish, they are so rude, some of them are so disrespectful, some of them act like they're snobs. But you still see the fans, they're shouting, oh my God, I like you, oh my God. But the celebrities don't even care. They don't even see the people, hyping them up. That's the power of influence. You don't care. You don't even see people's existence, but they still love you for it. Now, for some people, they don't have to be snobs. They can be very friendly, and their friendliness and their accommodating energy, that's their power of influence. So anything they tell people to do, people will do it because they have that power. They have that influence over people. I hope Nigerian influencers are taking note. So, as I will say, the Mbadue twins, they had that outgoing personality. The fact that they were outgoing did not make them respectful or no, they weren't. Now, it's not like they were going out of their way to be rude to people. No, I'm just saying they were not kissing ass. They were just outgoing, right? They were outgoing. They had their mean jokes sometimes. And when I say mean jokes, how they normally would water down people's personal stories and experiences. They did that a lot to Fairme David. And they also did that a lot to KELLYRAE. When those ones want to come and talk about their underdog story, about how they struggled, how they suffered, and you will see OZEE especially always talking about, guy, you're always acting as if you're the only one that suffered in this life. Me, even though I schooled in London, I also had my struggles. I'm like, bro. For the sake of the game, we're actually listening to you. But you cannot compare your life in London and the life of someone that actually grew up in Nigeria. Here, come on. Sometimes there's a huge disparity there, So they did that a lot, So they were not necessarily the most respectful people. Yeah, because they disrespected people's stories a lot. But for the sake of the game, we gave them a pass. Now, as I was explaining about Sean saw the power of influence that the Mbadue twins had. And so he decided to stick to them because in a way, he was covered. In a way, he was covered. They were playing the villain card. So he decided to join them in playing that villain card. I don't know if you get what I mean. Sean had his own strategy. The whole thing about doing what Shegs did with Bella during the level up season, he had that going on for him. But to buffer the effect of that game he was playing, he knew that he needed longevity in the game to sustain that his strategy. And the one people that could give him that longevity were the Mbadiwe twins. And so he stuck with them. And he was covered. Because I don't think they ever nominated each other, did they? And, by the power of influence that Sean had, from the Mbadiwe twins, he was also able to influence Wani and Handy's nomination choices, and this is where it gets quite interesting. You see, the fans thought that, oh, Wani and Handy, they're the best gamers of the season. I'm sorry, those girls were not strategic at all. Like, when you listen to their conversations, it's just drama, drama, drama. They were not very calculative. Wani tried to be calculative, but I'm sorry, Wani could not play the game. I'm sorry. She got lost and swallowed up by whatever she was doing with Sean. And because Sean had talked a lot about his friendship and relationship with Shegs, Wani was living in La La Land. She was living in this dream world of becoming Sean's Bella, that's Sean's Bella, just like Bella is to Shegs. That was the dream Wani carried on her head the entire season. Yes, that whole drama with Ruti happened, and then later on, the DRC agents, yes. But if you think about it, if you're being very honest with yourself, Wani and Handy, they were not playing the game. They were not very calculative. They did not really have a mind of their own. Most of their nomination choices, it stemmed from the choices that Sean had based on the decisions of their conversations with the Mbadiwe twins. So when you talk about people that were very calculative, people that were actually calculatively playing the game, it was the Mbadiwe twins and Sean. And then moving on to KELLYRAE. KELLYRAE was that one housemate that was not loud about his game. According to the theme of the season, KELLYRAE, of course, came into the house with his wife with the strategy of concealing their marital status from their housemates, from their fellow housemates. But he knew that for him to uphold that secret to the end, he needed not to lose his guard. And so what did he do? He planted himself everywhere in the house. Whilst the Mbadiwe twins were creating their own coven, Chinwe and the other people, they were creating their own coven. What did KELLYRAE do? He planted himself not in the middle. No, in people's house, you can never be 100% neutral. You'll be kicked out. No. So what did he do? He planted himself in all the campuses and all the covens in the house, which is the way to go. And he did not make it loud. He did not make it seem like he knew what he was doing. He did not make it seem like he was quite intentional about it. And how was he able to achieve that? In the kitchen. Yes, in the kitchen. Because each carcass and coven, they would definitely utilize the kitchen. And in the kitchen, a lot of gossips happen. In the kitchen, a lot of conversations happen. One way to get into people's minds, one way to know what people are thinking, to get to know people better is in the kitchen, in Big Brother's house. So what did KELLYRAE do? He was always available for kitchen duties. He was always available for chores. He was always available to be helpful to people around the house. And they loved him for it. Why? Because most of the people in Big Brother's house were quite lazy. For them, the game is in creating alliances. But you also forget that in also creating alliances, you could form alliances in the kitchen as well. So he planted himself everywhere, was friends with Mbadiwe twins. Those ones, they harassed him a lot. Him and Cassia, they harassed him a lot. Especially OZEE. You see all those things that they always water down his stories. Every time the guy is trying to share his own personal experience, they always water it down. They always try to make it look like he has no right to share his story. Of course, they were trying to avoid anybody sharing the underdog story. Yeah, but they kind of made KELLYRAE feel like trash a lot of times. But the guy never reacted. Aside the reaction he gave Michky, because Michky ate his wife's food, yes. KELLYRAE did what he did to not lose his guard. And of course, his secret with his wife. And even in playing out his secret with Cassia, you could see how this guy exercised restraint. A lot of people are going to say that, oh, because I'm in the house with my wife, we can kiss, we can even have sex, we can do whatever. Now, I don't know if they smashed in the house, but from what the camera showed us, KELLYRAE exercised restraint, like major, major restraint. That was another way that he did not lose his guard. Another way he did not lose his guard was how he did not allow himself to get carried away by the many naked fleshes around the house. During the pool parties, during the parties and whatnot, he had conversations with his wife about his moves, about things he wanted to do. But I'm not going to use his marital status now as a yardstick. The yardstick here is how he was able to plant himself under the influence of those who created the influence and carry the influence in the house. He was able to use them to stand his ground and not lose his guard in the house. Though not in the loudest form, but KELLYRAE was able to prove that you don't have to be noisy to win a Big Brother show. You don't have to be loud. You don't have to be chaotic to win a Big Brother show. By virtue of your intelligence, your smartness, you can also win a Big Brother show. By virtue of your virtues, by virtue of your patience, you can also win a Big Brother show. If you listen to KELLYRAE's conversations with Cassia in the house, then you would understand what I mean. From that kitchen, KELLYRAE heard a lot of conversations. He heard a lot of gossips. He heard a lot of strategies from certain people, from certain pairs. And when he would advise Cassia, you could tell that it was based on the information he was getting from the kitchen that he was using to advise his wife for her not to lose her guard. But of course, Cassia and a small pepper, so once or twice, she had to go out of the boundaries of their arrangement. But she as well did not necessarily lose her guard that much, but KELLYRAE did it. Now, aside these three people, let's talk about the strategists. Now, remember, being a strategist is different from being a gamer. And I need us to actually understand all of these terminologies. Someone can strategize and strategize and strategize, and at the end of the day, you don't really get to execute it. So it doesn't make you a gamer at the end of the day. It only makes you a strategist. But do you end up executing what you have strategized? No. And we had quite a number of people that actually did strategize a lot. There was Mayor and Toby and TJ. Mayor and Toby, I said it time and time again in this community that I totally loved these people's conversations. Why? Because they were constantly strategizing. They were constantly discussing, scenarios around the house, how they were going to execute this game, how they were going to play that game. But then sadly, for the likes of Mayor got carried away with, his blooming ship with Ruthie. And so most of the things he was strategizing about did not come to fruition. I will never forget one of his diary sessions towards his eviction when he had actually revealed to Big Brother that even though he was with Ruthie, he still had feelings for Nelly. And what he intended to do that week was to go ahead and start up conversations for a triangle with Nelly and Suj. I expected him to put a lot of energy into making that happen, but he did not. He informed Nelly about it, but he did not necessarily pursue it. Why? Because I think he became fully invested in what he had with Ruthie. And in a way, Ruthie had the upper hand in that relationship. I would have called Ruthie a strategist, but she was quite emotional. And when it comes to being strategic, there's no room for emotions. When it comes to being a strategist, a solid, powerful strategist, you cannot be sentimental. You cannot allow your emotions to get the best of you. You need to have a clear head. You see that thing Ruthie said about, oh, she wants to use mayor to get immunity because they had the power to evict. That's the custodian power. It worked for her. It worked. But if she was very strategic, well, I think she would have, seen through all of those provocations from Wani and Handy, and she would have overlooked it. But then she got quite emotional, you see, and all of that sort of led to her eviction from the house. Because remember, the twin girls, they were with Sean. Sean was with them, by the way, twins. And so there were strategic conversations about kicking them out of the house, which happened eventually. Now, talking about Toby, well, to be very honest, Toby was very big with words. He was very big with his plans. He had big strategies. But it was quite sad that you almost could not, like you almost could never see him put them to work. It's like somebody saying, I'm going to buy a house, I'm going to buy a car. And 10 years later, you're waiting. Okay, let's give the person a pass. 20 years later, you're waiting. Okay, let's give the person a pass. God's time is the best. And then 30 years later, the person has not bought the car. And you're like, is it when you are in your grave, you're going to buy the car? That was Toby's situation. It was like, it was not happening. It was not just working. So I couldn't classify Toby or even Mayor as gamers. But when it came to strategies, they had the game. They had the strategies. They had great plans. And I always, always enjoyed listening to their strategic conversations. Now, TJ. TJ was very strategic, but he did not have the guts. He did not have audacity. TJ was so focused on keeping up with his good boy image, his good husband, daddy of the year image, his good doctor image, that he actually forgot that he was playing a game. One particular strategy that TJ came up with was being the in-house therapist. That was the most powerful weapon in the house this season. The in-house therapist, where everybody comes to you to tell you their problem, where everybody comes to you to share about their affairs, their vulnerabilities, their weaknesses, their worries. Everybody opens up to you because you're a medical doctor. And they see you to be very smart and intelligent. You, by your own hands, created a family atmosphere, a kumbaya atmosphere for people, a safe space for people to tell you things about themselves. What could TJ have done differently? Well, he could have used what they told him to his advantage. Okay, maybe not to play dirty because Nigerians would not like it. Nigerians don't like people that play dirty games, right? Yes. So maybe not by exposing their secrets. That would have been too obvious. But by using the knowledge of what he knows about them against them. Because at the end of the day, the theme of the season says no lose guard. So why would housemates go and be opening up to someone that's a satisfied doctor? They gave this person the self-acclaimed title of the in-house therapist. In other words, everybody in the house lost their guard. I mean, those ones that actually took their secrets or their worries to TJ, they all lost their guard by going ahead to go and be telling TJ sentimental things about themselves. Oh, if they have any quarrel with this person, they'll go and tell TJ. TJ will be the one to advise them. If they have issues with this one, they'll go and seek advice from TJ. They were losing their guard because they should have known that the only person that they could have easily lost their guard with was Big Brother and nobody else, because everybody in that house was a competitor. So that was something that TJ did not see. Or maybe he saw it, but was afraid to use that weapon. He could have weaponized that power he had, because that was the most powerful tool he had in that house. He could have weaponized it. But then I don't know, I think he was too cowardly to use it. Or maybe he was afraid or too concerned about his, good husband image. And so he did not use it. Now, to make matters worse, Ebuka now came and, created that negative impression that the guy was being tribalistic. And then that completely destroyed TJ's game. The guy became a shadow of himself. He crawled back into his shell. He could no longer play the game, if we're being honest with ourselves. Because after that Sunday night, from that night, TJ was literally hiding in his bed. He refused to come out of his shell until much later when he started trying to have conversations with people. And then by the time he was able to clock Onyeka's game and he told her to her face, it was too late. Because by that time, people were tired. And it was time for him to go. But I give it to him though. He was a very good strategist. Oh, and I think this is the part where I need to mention that TJ really disappointed me. How? If we all recall, Ben and TJ mentioned that they were actually fans, or is it fanatics of the show, right? So they met each other in the comment section of a social media platform, and they forged their friendship from there. Now, one would expect that for people that have followed this show for a long time, for people that have heavily defended people they supported on the show, when it is their turn to play the game, they should be able to play the game as pure gamers. But sadly, that was not the case. Because TJ and Ben, they are quite sentimental. Especially Ben. I was quite disappointed. I was really disappointed. Ben and TJ recognized the fact that the Mbadiwe twins were, in a way, in charge of a section of the house. They were in charge of the atmosphere of the house. They were in charge of the energy, the kumbaya energy of the house. And they could have easily destroyed that togetherness. But because they wanted connection with the Mbadiwe name, they decided not to do anything about it. And I was quite disappointed. Because for me, what is the point of being a fan of the show for years? What is the point of being one of those people that judge people harshly? People who were playing the game during their time. And now it is your opportunity to prove to the world that, okay, what you've been saying on the outside, you can actually play the game on the inside. And then you went into the house and then you did the same thing that you were bashing people for. TJ went ahead to make Mbadiwe twins the godfathers of his twin babies. Ben wanted really bad to work with Mbadiwe twins because, of course, they all roll in the same nightlife scene. And so it just made me realize that, well, sometimes fans of the show who talk much on the outside, when it's their turn to go play the game inside the house, they lose their balls. Yep, they lose their balls. Now, quickly moving on to the queens of highlights. This is the part where I give Onyeka her crown. I give Onyeka her flowers. As the queen of highlight of the season, a lot of people are going to disagree with me. Well, it's fine. This is based on my observations of the season. I give it to Onyeka. Onyeka was a queen of highlights. Will I call Onyeka the best gamer of the season? No. To be the best gamer, you need strategy and you need audacity to pull through your strategy. You also need to be able to stick to the theme of the season. And that's the reason KELLYRAE emerged not just the winner, but the best gamer of the season. Onyeka, in my personal opinion, was only able to bag the title of Queen of Highlights of the season. This one I can easily give to her because it was very easy. She made it easy to be the Queen of Highlights of the season. I have talked about this time and time again of how from the very first day of the season, that's right from the stage to when they went into the house, Onyeka already started operating. From the stage where she reviewed the strategy to us, to inside the house later that night, when she started trying to play Cupid, trying to merge people together to form a ship, where the housemates were doing their first introduction and she heard TJ introduced the Mbadiwe twins by himself. That, oh, these ones, they are the Mbadiwe twins. They have a whole street in Lagos, VI. Da 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 da. You saw Onyeka's reaction, the way she almost jumped from her seat. She was like, and then she turned and looked at her sister and said, they are the ones. They are the ones. We knew from that instant that, oh, yes, this girl has another mission in that house. But that's our own personal mission. I'm not going to dwell on it. We saw how Onyeka was able to plant herself in almost every conversation in that house. Almost every conversation in that house. And let's be very clear that when we're talking about the queens of highlights or whoever carries the highlights of the season, it is not necessarily the person that shouts the most. It is not necessarily the person that makes noise the most. Please, let's get it right. It is not necessarily the person that is, unnecessarily chaotic. It could also be that one person that drives conversation around the house. Onyeka drove a lot of conversations around the house. And I give it to her. She was quite in tune with the energy in the house. And she was able to do it. Onyeka gave us a lot to talk about. Although she lacked audacity. Yep, she lacked audacity. She had a strategy, which is one thing that makes me really mad at this girl after the show. Because it makes me wonder, why would you come into the house with a strategy? You announced your strategy, and now you are going around for your media rounds and you are lying like a coward, telling people, I was just being my true authentic self. So annoying. But here's the fact. Onyeka had a strategy. But did she stick to the theme of the season? No. Onyeka lost her guard. The moment she heard about the Mbadiwe twins, you see that reaction she gave? That was the moment she lost her guard. Because in a way, she started losing focus from her strategy. The Mbadiwe twins became her focus. She started losing focus. What was her initial strategy? She was going to be doing ×2 whatever anybody does in the house, or ×10. She was going to plant herself in every conversation. So she was doing that from very get-go. But the moment the Mbadiwe twins were introduced by TJ, the moment TJ revealed their true identity, Onyeka already lost her guard. Just like Wani lost her guard when she jumped on Sean, when she started pushing herself to Sean. That was how Onyeka lost her guard. For her, the prize was no longer the money. The prize was OZEE. Her sister was gunning for OC. She was gunning for OZEE. Yep. And when OC mentioned to Chizoba that he was expecting a baby with his fiancée, Chizoba's hands-on OC became amplified. Always kissing him on the forehead, kissing him on the cheek, rubbing his back, giving him a massage. And it made me wonder, what's the intention here? I don't understand what's going on. So Onyeka lost her guard. She gave us highlights. She gave us content. She gave us a lot to talk about. But the fact that she could not own up to that fantastic game she was playing, and the fact that a number of times she lost herself in the midst of playing her game, I'm sorry, she could not get the title of the best gamer of the season. And so, yes, give her the queen of highlights. Now, Wani and Ndi, I saw people saying that, oh, they're reality TV gold. Well, they are actually good for reality TV, right? But will I say that they were the only reality TV gold in the house? Absolutely not. Will I say that they were the queens of highlights of the season? No, they weren't. Ndi could have taken that crown, but Ndi was literally following her sister's step. Everything her sister was doing, she was doing. If her sister says, let's go here, she will go here. It was towards the later part of the show, before her eviction, that she started standing her ground, that she started doing things on her own terms. And I so wished that she actually started from the very first go. Wani would have been the queen of highlights of the season. But I'm sorry, highlight is not It's not, it's not begging a guy to love you. Highlight is not being the cook, the chef, the cleaner, the nanny of a grown man. I'm sorry, that's not highlight. For me, my definition of highlight is being able to play everybody in the house. Oyeka played everybody in the house. She played everybody in the house. How did she play everybody in the house? Right from the very first eviction, when she started crying. She played everybody in the house. She used her tears, emotional blackmail, to play everybody in the house. The queen of highlights for me is that person that understands what the viewer wants and gives them talking points. Onyeka was able to do that. Now, Wani and Andy, they did it to some extent, that their popopo thingy. And one thing I'm going to give to them is, Ruthie's eviction. That was something that has never been done in any Big Brother Naija show. I don't think it has ever been done. I've never seen it happen before, but they did it. During the eviction shows, everybody is always pretending like they are sad to see you leave. But Wani and Andy, they were not afraid or ashamed to express themselves. They were relieved. They were happy. They were excited to see Ruthie evicted. And they did not fake it. Normally during evictions nights, people are going to go and hug even the people that they nominated. You nominated somebody to leave the house, so you now go and hug the person and be crying and say, oh my God, I didn't know you were going to leave. Hello. For you to nominate somebody, it means you are tired of seeing the person's face in Big Brother's house. You don't want to see the person anymore. So every time I see housemates crying and pretending, especially the ones that nominated those people, I'm disgusted. So the fact that the twin sisters, they did not fake it when Ruthie was leaving, their sworn enemy in the house, for me, that was a major highlight for the season. And I give that to them. But it doesn't make them the queens of highlights of the season. Another person that was actually the queen of highlights of the season was Ruthie. Ruthie did something that a lot of housemates in Big Brother Naija is always afraid of doing. When somebody has the power to evict, you see people kissing their feet, you see people kissing their ass, you see people acting like, oh my God, and forgive me for all my sins. You see people confessing their sins, people become cowards. But Ruthie threw all of that in the trash and decided to take on her foes in the house. That's Wani and Andy. Those two girls had the power to save or replace or evict Ruthie by virtue of the title of custodians. And Ruthie did not give a fuck. For her, it was a game. She needed to speak her truth. She needed to speak her mind. And so that night, that second altercation, that massive altercation, where she said a lot of trash about the twin sisters, if you notice, the house was cold. Housemates did not want to involve themselves in that drama. Why? Because they did not want the twin sisters to put them in their black book. So they allowed Ruthie to fight her battle with the twin sisters. But Ruthie did not stop. For her, she was going to get everything off her chest. For her, she was going to call them out on their bullshit. She did not care about the repercussion. And so sadly, that made her look bad, in front of the Mbadiwe twins and other people that were a part of the caucus that the twin sisters were a part of in the house. And so it led to her eviction. But I'm going to be frank with all of you. You know why? She won. You see that battle between Ruthie and the twin sisters? She actually came back. Because, with the way they shushed her out of the house like an insect, she came back to the house again. She came back. And what does that tell you? Come on, it speaks a lot. Yes, Wani won a car. Yes, she won a car. But speaking about that malice between both of them, she actually won that malice because, yes, they shushed her out of the house, but, she came back to continue the drama. But whatever, she gave us highlights. And then Chinwe, lastly. Chinwe was another queen of highlights. After Ruti was evicted, and then later on Chinwe got evicted, frankly speaking, the house became painfully boring. Chinwe was giving us a lot to talk about in her relationship with her man, Zion, and then that whole rift she's got going on with Nelly. She gave us a lot to talk about. She gave us a lot of highlights. And then coming back as one of the DRC agents, that was a lot of highlights. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are my talking points. I'm going to stop talking here right now because I cannot wait to hear from all of you. So, if you want to share your opinion or contribute to the conversation, if you're on YouTube, please go ahead and click the link in the comment section. If you're on Twitter, please send in a request to be added, to the conversation. Who wants to go first? If you want to speak, want to join the conversation, please click the link in the comment section. If you're in Twitter, send in a request and I'll bring you on. Okay. We've got S Cuckoo here. Let's bring her on. Hello.
Hi, Glory. Hi, everyone. Oh, my goodness.
Hi.
I've been doing. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon. I can hear you. You're welcome.
All right. Thank you. Oh, my gosh. I've been missing the past few live shows. I was driving to work and then I had to join in, even if it's for however long I have to. But it's been like, how you've been the highlight of my week. Every single day when I drive to work, to the point where when I drive to work now and I go to YouTube, I see a notification that there's something and I go there.
Yeah. Hello, we can't hear you. S Cuckoo, we can't hear you. Oh my God, what's happening? S Cuckoo, we can't hear you. Okay, I think I'm going to bring someone on. I don't know. I think she's driving, so I'm going to bring someone on to speak. And then, Cuckoo, if you can fix your connection because we can't hear you anymore. All right. Okay, let's speak with Suliyat. Suliyat, hi. You're welcome to the conversation.
Hi, Glory. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm fine. Longest time.
You are welcome.
How you doing? This is my
I'm
first.
doing
This is my
great.
first time actually. This is my first time of entering the studio.
Oh
I'm really
wow.
glad.
You are
I've been
welcome.
following you
You're
for the
welcome.
past 4 seasons now, and I
Wow.
like your analysis. I like your analysis.
Thank you. Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
I want to talk about Onyeka first.
Okay.
I think all the analysis that we have been saying about Onyeka, the first time when she wants to enter the show, that I said is going to steal all the strategies of everybody. When he now enter, I actually liked the way he started the game first. When I realized that it was moving to Mbadiwe twins and all that, I lost focus on her already. I was like, how this lady is now behaving like this? You that you've tell us already about your strategy, and I want you to do that to the fullest. But when you not get outside, like you don't own up to your shit, or you don't own up to your shit. You're not saying that it's not a game for you again. Is you're now like it's God grace or what and whatever. But for me, I think KELLYRAE is the best gamer of the season.
Mm-hmm.
Is the best gamer of the season. But for these Badiwe teams and all that, I don't think they're not supposed to come to the show at first time. But well, they're in the show. But to God be the glory. They are the father of the show.
She said,
The
to
father
God
of
be
the
the
show.
glory.
To God be the glory. They
All
are the
right.
father of the show. So thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much. Thanks for sharing. Okay.
Sorry about that.
I don't know.
Sorry
Coco,
about
are you
that.
back?
I don't know what happened. Yes, I'm back. I don't know what happened.
Okay. Welcome back. Welcome
Yes.
back.
All right. Yes, I was
So
saying
you're
that
kind of far from your device. You're far from your device, and there's a lot of echoes around you. Can you bring your device closer to you so we can hear you clearly?
okay, hold on. Is it much better?
Okay. Let's manage this one. There's still echoes, but let's manage.
Oh, oh Lord. Let me see. Um,
Or do you want me to bring someone else while you fix that?
yeah, bring someone else. That way I can try to figure out what the echo is.
All right. All right. Let's speak with Happy Mel. Hello. Hello. Happy. You have to unmute your mic so we can hear you. Oh man. Happy Mel, please unmute your mic, please, so that we can
Hello.
move fast.
Hello.
Yeah. Hi. You're welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening. How are
Okay.
you?
How's everything? I'm
Happy, we
good.
can't hear
Even though
you.
I
Can you
kept on stalking your
project?
page this week.
What's happening? Hello. Anyways, guys, if you want to join the conversation, please click the link. All right. If you're on Twitter, you want to contribute, send in a request and I'll bring you on to speak. All right. Okay. Cuckoo, are you ready to go now?
I can try.
Okay,
I
so
think
this
they
is
might.
better.
All right. No, I was saying that KELLYRAE to me, he might not be deserving because maybe he did not bring the most drama, but he was worthy to win, and you were on point because he stuck to the theme of the season. He to me is like Papa Ghostwood in BBnaija, where it's like
Mhm.
they embodied the theme of the season and he did not change from that. He always even
Hmm.
reminds the Katia, don't lose your guard, don't lose your guard. And so by being so strategic to make sure that he was in everybody's situation, even trying to give advice to people, he was in everybody's good book, so to speak.
Yes.
To the point where
Hmm.
they underestimated him so much. I think
Yes.
it was Wani who said, I don't know if it was the interview with Ebuka, or I don't know which of the interviews that she was on. She not she underestimated KELLYRAE because she did not expect that she would even get. She did not expect it. And when it was when it was the top three, she expected that he was going to be the next person to go. And even when it was down to both of them, she kind of already thought she already won because she did not expect that he
Yes.
had that kind of base to bring him, to pull him through to win. But
Yes.
KELLYRAE was definitely a strategic player, and he definitely was worthy to win the season. When I
Yeah.
move on to Wani, you were definitely right. Wani, she did not bring much game to me. It was her strategy. She did not have a strategy, but she lost guard the moment she saw Sean in the
Yeah.
house. But she now admits that it started all even before they even got into the house. When they were outside the house and she found out that that was Sean, she was so excited that she took a video of him and she was showing. She said
Mm-hmm.
she showed it to Handy, and that the way she was giggling about it and so excited. And when he gave her the same energy,
Mm-hmm.
it was reciprocal. They decided to keep it up. But that's the moment when she lost her guard. And I'm so sorry for
Yes.
Handy because Handy would have had a good game, but because she
Mm-hmm.
had to keep covering for her sister and trying to do whatever her sister wants to do, it made her not to have a game.
Yes.
So apart from
True.
the highlight that they got with Ruthie and the DRC, Wani really didn't have much to bring to the show. That's what I see.
Yeah.
When it
Thank
when
you.
it comes to Onyeka, I love her game, her strategy from the beginning. That's the first person I was waiting to see how she was going to execute it. You know how you said a
Mm.
strategy is a strategy until you actually execute? It's like a dream.
Yes.
A dream is only a dream until you put some action into it. It's,
Mm.
so Onyeka's strategy, I love how she got into the house. She not only, it wasn't just a strategy, but she started getting involved in conversation and trying to put ideas in people's heads. Oh, why don't you ship this person? Or why don't you do this? Or
Mm-hmm.
things like that. Trying to put involved in everybody's business. That was her strategy, and I loved it from the beginning because to me it was something she said she was actually doing it. She lost her dad exactly like she said. The moment she started getting twins, her strategy went out the window. Because now it was like she and everybody were twins and she's about all of them combined. They were trying to do my best, like how the song says, my bestie, my bestie. You have the one that says you have love each other, but they don't they love with his bestie, something people think something different, that there's more on something like that. Unfortunately in this one more was going on. So it's not like they could not really embody that song. The moment she got involved with her strategy was lost. And I feel so bad for her because she was such a strong player. But that strategy was, and then to the point where it now shifted to being malicious and just unnecessarily petty. So when that got to that point, I was just struggling. Yeah. But I give it to her, like you say, she was definitely highlight. She knew how to see every opportunity to make it about her. She knew to see, even if as we might think, it was still some kind of strategy to still see every opportunity. And in a big brother season, that is what they are supposed to do. When I feel so bad because she. But
Coco, we're losing you.
So much. Oh my God.
We're losing you.
Let me. I guess maybe because I'm driving too. Maybe that might be the thing.
Oh, you're driving. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we're losing you. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, let me try.
Thank you.
Let me try to pause. Let me pause and then I will get back.
Okay, all right. So do that, and then we'll just move on to someone else. All right. Okay, let's speak with Nuva. Hello, Nuva. Are you there?
Glory,
Hi.
how are you?
I'm good.
It's
Thank you. You're welcome to the conversation.
Thank you. It's so awesome to see you today, all
Thank you.
in your green and looking moist.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So I I feel like everybody except for even the double case, I would say it's KELLYRAE who was on guard the whole time. I kind of have this feeling that everybody at a certain point did lost their guard.
Okay.
With Cassia, it's the blessing of having a husband that is very observant, somebody that is very intelligent, somebody who sees people's moves, observes, and sits in the background. I feel like the moment the housemates knew who the Mbadiwe twins are, they sort of lost guard because everybody was trying to impress them and everybody was trying to be in their good books because they were trying to sort of build this future connection or friendship or acquaintance, whatever it is, because there's that notion in case we need a certain connection, they might be able to place a phone call or two. Onyeka's strategy, it kind of resembles Doyin. You remember when Doyin used to be into people's business?
Yeah.
The only difference, yes, Doyin used to be the silent listener of everyone's problem and
TJ
giving,
too.
and TJ too, and giving advice. But now that was the most influential strategy that these two had, but they really didn't know how to capitalize on it. If somebody comes to you and they're vulnerable, I'm not saying you should use that vulnerability, pull a fast one on them, but you've been able to sort of get into their good books. They're going to share their most vulnerable things, but now you have an upper hand of being able to engage people based on their level of vulnerability.
Mm-hmm.
Like White Money was able to make sure that everybody knew if they kick him out of the house, who's going to cook and who's going to be going to the kitchen to wash the dishes.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't
Mm.
capitalize on that.
Mm.
They kind of lost guard on it, and I wish Onyeka was the one person who was able to get into everybody's business,
Mm.
but she lost it when she became vindictive.
Mm.
What the people that goes to this house, when the housemates, when they're trying to get that 100 million, they forget that the viewers, that those who are very sentimental, and that those who are very toxic. They watch everybody's moves and how they move, how they place this and that. And I feel like if you're able to tap, if you're bold and fair at the same time,
Mm-hmm.
you're going to get majority of the viewers on your side.
Absolutely.
You're going to get majority of the viewers on your side. But if it's a process whereby you lie, you're a pathological liar,
Mm.
and you don't own up to whatever it is that you say, then you
Mm-hmm.
play the victim card. There's someone who look at you and will wonder, like, what the hell is wrong with this person? At least own
Mm-hmm.
up to your BS, and let me respect you for that.
Mm-hmm.
Doyin would own up to what she said, and she would,
Mm-hmm.
do it with a full chest and say, yes, I said it. That's my opinion, and that's how I felt about the situation. But
Mm-hmm.
now we have a season where people were very aloof, nonchalant, and people had selective amnesia. They would just remember things that were very suitable to them and completely forget things that were not suitable to them.
Mm-hmm.
Onyeka lost it when he knew TJ should have just kept his mouth shut the moment he realized who the Mbadiwe twins are and what they were all about. He lost
Yeah.
his guard the moment he revealed to the whole house who those two
Mm.
gentlemen were. Onyeka lost it because instead of playing the game, now she was fixated in trying to please, to be BFFs, to be in the
Mm.
good books. Then Chizoba, I think Chizoba is, my sister is doing this, let me follow. Chizoba did act like she didn't have a mind of her own.
Mm-hmm.
Between Wani and Handy, I'm trying to figure out who is who and whose strengths lies where. Up until now, I really can't be able to put a finger on it because even in the media rounds and everything, you can be able to tell that one sort of is the mouthpiece while the other one is a backer.
It's Wani that's the mouthpiece. Anything she says, that's what Handy goes for.
Yes. So I would have loved to see a dynamic where Handy would tell the sister, I think you're being too much. I think you're going overboard. I think you need
Mm-hmm.
to relax. No, that is not right. I think it's only on one occasion that I did see her call her out when she was talking rudely towards the other housemates when she wanted them to come down and play a game. But now
Mm.
that was kind of late into the game, so you're wondering what is what. Um, I hope if there's anybody out there who wants to come into the future, Big Brother, please, this thing of shipping, it has run its course. Because I've realized the moment it's run its course, the moment people get into that relationship, they are more fixated into pleasing one another,
Mm-hmm.
and they even forget that the person they're, under the duvet with is also a competitor at the end of the day. That's still your competition. Doesn't matter if you're exchanging salivas, if you're exchanging pecks and everything. It
Mm-hmm.
really doesn't matter. That's still your competition. Unless you're getting into that relationship because you want to know the weakest point of that person, it's not adding any value to you. The only person I'd say probably benefited for a ship or in a ship, in my opinion, would have been the what was the name of that lady? Neo's cousin. the one that was in a relationship with Adenkule. I remember
Venita.
Venita Doyin telling her, if it weren't for Adenkule, you would have gone home a very long time ago. It's his fund that are saving your behind. So, and Benita didn't know that that boy was playing a very good, like she was really saving her, because Adenkule fans wanted the girlfriend to also stay in the house. Victoria, Vicky, I don't blame her. She's an introvert, but I kind of think she did let people work on her a lot by the time she kind of got her voice. And I don't think she got really to get her voice, because after the debacle with Ebuka, she crawled back into her shell, and she tried as much as possible not to be out there. And the only person who made her be seen in the whole scenario was this triangle that OZEE was trying to create. I love how she went about it. She was like, a cheese, whereby she would just sprinkle a little bit of it to OZEE, sprinkle a little bit of it to OZEE for us to see, oh, Victoria actually does exist. There's something she used to do that we say, you go, girl. She realized that OZEE liked to be chased, and she decided, I'm not going to chase you, but I'm going to deny you the attention that you so seek from me, that you are going to do the chasing. Because already there was a lady that was chasing OZEE. So the OZEE, the chasing factor was already covered. OZEE, did I really see much from OZEE? I think that my only takeaway from OZEE was the pregnant girlfriend that was waiting for him outside. Other than that, really nothing. Oh, Ben, I have to give it to Ben when he used to steal those eggs and hide them and find a way to I think we would have, if he wasn't evicted, probably he would have entertained us a lot more. But sadly, there's that, and there's that thing that happened between him and one of the twins that has never been addressed up to now. We really don't know what happened. And as far as I see, I don't think we'll ever know what happened between those two. But please, anyone that is going to go to this thing in the future, leave the shipping thing alone. Please. Leave it alone. Emma Rose and what is the name of that? Emmanuel and
Emmanuel, Rose.
There's then Fina and the boy who used to dye his hair
Groovy.
pink, green and stuff.
Groovy.
Nothing to write home about. I think probably the only ship that still kind of exists would be the Init boy from England, the footballer in quotes, and Shags and Bella.
Bella, yeah.
Even that one, I hope it's love, but I think it's more of business because of the endorsements they're getting. So shipping thing, please kiss it goodbye. Get in there, show us what you can be able to do. I believe there are marketers in there, the people who are good with PR, the people who probably are studying, law or something. There's so much they can do. There's so much they can show the viewers. But I'm yet to see somebody who walks in there who's fair and firm. You don't have to be bold for people to see your firmness. You don't have to be loud for people to see that you're standing on business. There's a way you can actually rectify somebody without disrespecting them. I'm looking forward to a situation where someone will tell somebody off without cussing at them, without using the B word, without gorging, without provocation, just standing on business. I would like to see somebody with Victoria's character, an introvert that is also bold, whereby their silence is not a weakness. And I kind of have a feeling that Cassia would have really shown us if it was not about lose guard and not hiding your true status of the relationship. The way Cassia has been moving in media rounds and her response to people trolling her online, I think the same person that used to ground that lady was the husband. Other than that, I see her as a very pepperish character, whereby you give it to me, I return it to you tenfold. I thank you so much. Let me
Thank
just
you.
be honest. I look forward to Saturdays because it's time for me to, engage with you and also meet other fans of Frankly Speaking with Glory Elijah, people with equal, intellect, mindset, seeing things from
Yeah.
different perspective, and your beautiful face and your wigs, you know. You make my weekend, and I'm really I'm always so happy to see you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nuva. It's always a pleasure having you here. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. And for also your apt analysis. Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank you. I wanted when you mentioned that for OC, the only thing you could even hear of him or even think of him is the fact that he has somebody outside waiting for him. It was so.
That's the only thing. Like that's the only thing I can pin Ossie with a pregnant girlfriend, and I think what else when he was telling Ebuka that he really got hurt when Ruthie had mentioned the unborn baby. That's the only thing I can remember Ossie with. With Ozzy, it's the triangle that he was trying to create that never happened. You know, with Victoria and Cassie, I can remember them with laughing, all the time
Yeah.
and hiding, and laughing at people's whatever it was we were going through. Onyeka is the
All right.
lies.
All right.
Then
Thank you so much. Thank
it's the
you.
eggs. Yeah, pretty much.
All right.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All right. Thank you. All right. Let's hear from Inyema. Oh my God, I hope I got that right. Inyema. Eskuku said she'll be stable in 5 minutes. So we'll bring her on later. Inyema, are you there? Please unmute your mic so we can hear you. We can't hear you. Is Inyema there? Ah, okay, we're gonna move to Rania. Rania, are you there? Rania, please unmute your mic.
Hi, Glory. Hi.
Hi, good afternoon from here. How are you?
Good evening. It's evening here. It's 6.
Oh, evening. Oh, good. Okay, good evening. How are you?
I'm fine, Glory. I didn't watch this show, but from
Oh, you
your
did it.
so it's almost the same thing.
Okay.
What I would say for Onyeka's game is she doesn't have the guts. She's ashamed of the game she played. That's why she failed to acknowledge what she did. I think she's shame. Shame.
Hmm.
That's it. Maybe she's
Hmm.
cringe of the game that she played. She overthrown herself. So she was
Hmm.
like, is that what I did? After she watched
Hmm.
the show. And she was like, no, I can't admit this.
I see what you mean.
Yeah. And I think I love Glory's Victoria's game for me. Though she's an introvert, if she talked more, like she has the gut to open up more, she would have been the best player for me. And
Hmm.
Wani and ex-Handy, if Handy was the one that was not evicted in that house, I bet you she might win that game. She
Hmm.
might. Because this Wani and Sean thing, since the day that Sean was evicted, since the day that she started that shipping thing with Sean, I started losing God for her.
Hmm.
And then she been doing stuff. Look, Wani has a lot of chance when the DRC returned to the house for her to win that game.
Hmm.
But She played very. If it is handy, she would have not. She would have been bold enough to talk to Ruthie.
Mm-hmm.
Even if she was sick, the way Ruthie was provoking her, she would have opened her mouth and talked. But one was
Mm-hmm.
like, no, I don't want to talk. I don't. I'm sick. And you see, so it's like Wani is scared. All that she got is like Sean and her sister standing up for her. So that's why she's getting the guts inside her. So after their
Mm-hmm.
eviction, she becomes so watered down. She's scared, like very vulnerable. Like, oh my God, anything can happen to me. I think that's why she cannot confront. She didn't confront the DRC, isn't it?
Mm.
And
True.
for Onyeka, you doesn't have the guts. You are ashamed of your game. Onyeka, this is for
Mm.
you. You are very ashamed of your game. That's it.
All right. Thank
Yeah.
you so much. Thank you so much. And I totally agree with you. But I also have a question, just an open question to you and anybody else that would love to respond to it.
Okay.
Why do Big Brother Naija housemates think it's smart to come out of the show, like after the show, during their media rounds or whenever they are evicted? Why do they think it's smart, to come out and then tell people that all that they displayed on TV was them just being themselves? Why do they think that that is the smartest response to give when they are questioned about the game they played?
And
Because it baffles me. And I'll give you an example. Yes, it's still a question, but I'll give you an example.
okay.
I say, for instance, like the Onyeka's gossip spree. It
Mm.
was heavy. It was deep, very
Yeah.
vindictive, very malicious,
Yeah.
very, I don't know, it was dark. You could
Yeah.
see that the energy was dark. And
Yeah.
then you come out and you're saying, I was just being myself. Like, why do they think that's the
Even if it is
smartest
that
response to give?
and what they should have known is that even if that's your real you, that's really you played, you could have hide it with, I'm just playing a game, this is not me, please don't come out. I am a northerner, I'm Nigerian northerner. So
Mm,
northerner, it's not everything they talk, and you have family background, the shame they will, the pressure, the culture, they all the stuff. So even if you have a pressure in your community or your family background, you could have just hide it with, mask it up with, I am just playing a game, I'm just like, that's my best strategy. I'm just playing my own game. If it works for me, fine and good. I'm grateful. It doesn't work for me. Please, guys, this is not me. They should have masked it off with this. But you're
mhm.
saying that after you play very dark game in the house and you're saying it's really you. So you mean everyone that meets you and outside the house will be like, oh yeah, she's a terrible gossip, a terrible liar. If that's what people will be thinking about you.
Mhm,
So it's better for you, just it's safe to say that I'm just playing my own game. It's a strategy.
mhm.
It give you that,
Thank you very
it,
much.
and it give you that respect.
Mhm.
People will respect you more. Even the people that work with you, they will know that no, she's not like that. But we can we can see for our own eyes. We'll stay with her and see for our own eyes.
Because when you listen to them, and this is not just Onyeka now, when you
Yeah.
listen to them, it's like they have this delusion in their heads that they were portrayed, or what they acted out was actually their most pristine self. you know they probably think that they portrayed themselves wearing all white all through the season. And you see, yeah, this brings back to memory one particular housemate from Big Brother and Zamzi. Her name is Lerato.
Mm.
Lerato is the only Big Brother housemate in terms of BBnaija, Big Brother South Africa, right? She's the only housemate that I have listened to, that I've had a conversation with, that
Oh
owned
my
up
God.
to her game. I interviewed her, and she received a lot of hate, a lot of backlash. But the moment I had my interview with her, oh my God, people loved and respected this lady.
You see?
She's a school teacher, right? And the theme of their season was Siamosha, that is disruption. In other words, the theme of the season says cause chaos,
Mm.
cause disruption.
Yeah.
And our own kind of disruption was very mental. She was playing a mental game, an intelligent game, that she was not even shouting, she was not even fighting, but she was playing pranks, and she was, conniving with her partner, Papa Ghost. Both of them, they played a fantastic game, and people did not like them. But by the time I interviewed her, she explained. She said, well, like, it was so bad that people in South Africa, they were trying to write a petition that her school should fire her or whatnot, whatnot. It was that bad.
What?
They were calling her names. And by the time I interviewed her, because I understood the game and I thoroughly
Yeah.
enjoyed her game with her partner's game. So by the time I interviewed
You
her,
know,
I
Glory,
asked her, I
what
said, okay, so
felt so
that people will hear from your mouth. I asked her, I said, okay, can you at least explain to people your game? And she laughed. She said, well, that what did the theme of the season say? It said Siamosha, disrupt. And that was exactly what she was doing. And the funny thing is, it wasn't like her game was that malicious. No, it wasn't even close to what the loudest person in the house that season was doing. The loudest person in the
yeah.
house that season was even doing the most. But because people are not used to, gamers who are silently playing their game, they saw her as someone that was very dark, someone that had a negative energy. I'm like, no, people need to reorientate themselves about the fact that there are a plethora of games out there that people can actually play on a Big Brother show. It doesn't
You know,
always have to be the shipping game. It doesn't always have to be the underdog game. There are people that exist that are smart enough to coin something out of this world, something refreshing. And by the time we're done with that interview, people loved her. Yet people were now celebrating her. She did well. And I'm like, wow, was it that inconspicuous that people needed explanation before they will now really understand that, okay, this person was actually playing a game? So that's what we're talking about. Your media round is that time for you to tell your truth, and people will only
Glory,
respect you
one
if
thing
you're
all
honest
this
enough.
reality TV cast should understand is that as long viewers of reality TV shows are much older, like they are tired of series, movies, so they kind of gravitate to reality TV show because they want reality. There are people that love people that are real. There is so much respect that comes with you telling your truth to yourself,
Mm-hmm,
admitting you're wrong. People will respect you and love you for that. I am
mm-hmm,
for example, I am one of that people, and I know you are. You tell me the truth, I respect you, even if it's cost me, it makes me angry, it's against me. I love it.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, and
Absolutely.
second thing is that you surround yourself with the same negative people you are. Like you are negative, you surround yourself with negative, because all these reality TV shows, if the people around them are telling them this game that you're playing is really dark, they should have not been doing all this. I am still angry with Choma and Iyabo, the stuff they did in Real House of Wives about Lagos.
Real Housewives of
So
Lagos, yeah.
yeah. So if they have people around them that are really telling them the truth, they should have at least admit, even if you're not going to apologize, at least admit that I am wrong. I am human being. Anything can happen. I could be wrong. I am not perfect. I am not God. So just admit it. People will respect you for that. And secondly, I think they are not even watching themselves. if they really watch the show, it is you cringe for the stuff you did on TV. Everyone is watching. If you can cringe for yourself, so imagine somebody what would somebody think about you?
Mm.
So
Exactly.
in the process of to cover their shame, they will not even watch it, and the people around there they will be like hyping them. Girl, you did best. You play your game, yeah. And then halas, they will think, okay, that's it.
Mm. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you
You're
very much,
welcome.
Rania.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for sharing your studio
All right.
with me, Glory.
All right. Thank you. Okay. We're gonna speak with Think Molala. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Glory. It's Rose.
Hi, Rose. How are you?
I'm good, and you?
I'm doing great. Your background is quite
Yeah.
noisy. Is there any possibility of you moving around a bit? Like move to somewhere more quiet?
Is it okay now?
Yeah. Ah, we can hear everything that's happening in your background.
Okay. Yeah. According to myself,
Okay, but
nobody
carry on. We can
understood.
hear you still. Carry on. We can hear you still. So, who's your best gamer of the season and why?
I will say KELLYRAE.
Okay.
Because the reason I say KELLYRAE, that guy, no one understood that guy in the house. They
Mm-hmm.
couldn't even clock KELLYRAE's game.
Mm-hmm.
Just like Topher said, they were busy solving the puzzles, but the puzzles was right there in their faces, but they couldn't solve it.
Mm-hmm.
So and the guy was not too noisy. The guy was busy picking some points. He even clocked Onyeka's game.
Mm-hmm.
He came around and then clocked Mbadue's game. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
If you can hear the conversation with Big Brother and the conversation uh with the Cassia, the way he spoke to Cassia in the garden most of the time,
Mm-hmm.
you can see how the guy was very strategic.
Yes.
He will just watch, listen, and he won't even reply to you.
Mm-hmm. True.
And you won't even see what this person is about to escape, to make up the plan like smooth. He will just lay back and watch and say, okay,
Mm-hmm.
Cassia, go, because he know what he wanted in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody knows him. they, that's why most of the people they vote, they nominate Double K.
Mm.
Because when Omega was doing media round, she couldn't understand the game of Double K.
Mm-hmm.
And then even Sean, he couldn't understand the mission of Double K. And then they started spreading, or these people are boring. They see them as the boring people in the house. But they
Mm-hmm.
never knew those ones, they were the real gamers of the season.
Mm-hmm.
As you can see, or most of the time, Cassia will be playful towards other housemates, but KELLYRAE will be serious.
Mm.
The guy will be in the kitchen picking some point from what's the girl, Ruthie,
Mm-hmm.
uh, and then picking some point. Ruthie and Chinwe, they were Flourish and Zinwe, they were plotting and they were seeing the game. And then when Ruthie goes to the kitchen, she will reveal everything to KELLYRAE unaware. That's why KELLYRAE, he loved Ruthie,
Mm-hmm.
but he didn't wanna go deep. He just wanted some other information because he saw Chinwe and Ruthie as the boldest people in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. If I can stick to these people, I will achieve something.
Mm-hmm.
This one, She's not just a cooker, but she can even do something like sorry Glory, sorry for the noise. Sorry for the noise.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, but according to myself, Mbadiwe twins, yes, they can be gamers, but I don't recommend that correctly because even themselves, they think they know the game, but they didn't know some other part of the people's game. They could clock Onyega's game, they could clock other people's game, but they didn't clock KELLYRAE's game. And KELLYRAE was with them like most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
They could calculate mind of other people in the game, but they couldn't lock KELLYRAE.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's why I say the gamer of the season is KELLYRAE. The guy,
Absolutely.
everybody didn't even go through KELLYRAE's mind. They just see the person who is boring, singing, cooking, like yeah, just like that. Nobody bothered to have a serious conversation with the guy.
Mm. True.
Yeah, they were just
Revelation.
laughing. Yes, they were just laughing, saying, "Okay, hey KELLYRAE, how is your relationship with Katia? With Kasia?" KELLYRAE said, she's my guy, you know. But they never wanted to go deep, and they didn't want to follow KELLYRAE's footstep. Or okay, this guy telling us the truth? Is this guy
Mm.
sticking to the plan that he's telling us? And
Mm.
even KELLYRAE become relaxed because the guy saw, okay, nobody like in the house is busy following. They're busy nominating me. Maybe the fact that I'm not bonded with them. Because if you can hear most of the people in the house, they will nominate you because they didn't connect with you.
Mm-hmm.
Most of them, if they nominate, they say we didn't connect with this person, but they are not being strategic. Most of them, almost even Sean was not even strategic, because Sean,
Mm.
um, when he goes to the diary room, say nominate, he will say double K. The reason I didn't bond with them was that
Mm.
you must go and bond with those people and dig harder. But he couldn't even do that because always with Wani
Mhm.
or maybe with them but we're twins.
Mm.
Sean is not even a gamer. Just like balance with them but we're twins. They were not the gamers.
Mm.
The gamer is that person who stays in the corner and watch everything happening. And when he comes, you won't even see that person coming. You will just see the
Mm.
people around you. They could lock Onyeka's game, everybody. And then they could say, okay, this one is playing like this. Nelly is playing like this. Okay, Fairme is playing like this. Okay, Mbadiwe twins are playing like this. But double K, we're not even close to these people. Even
Mm.
checkers, when they go to the diary room, say nominate, say double K. What's the reason? We are not that close. Even TJ and Ben, the most calculative people in the house, they will say,
Mm.
I'm bonded with KELLYRAE, but not with Cassia. You see,
Mm.
Cassia didn't give me that much time. Like, I don't feel connected. Make that connection. Because you
Mm.
know, or most, because these people, they've been watching Big Brother,
Mm.
Sean and TV, but they couldn't go around. They could clock like for Onyeka and some other, but they couldn't clock one person. Beside the strategy of double K, ne? I give it
Mm.
to them. They're the gamers of the season, no doubt.
All right.
More,
Thank you.
more, more especially KELLYRAE. the guy is a gamer, because you can see the things he will tell Cassie, or you know what, uh, just be aware of Onyeka. I don't even want that person close to me. Why did KELLYRAE didn't want Onyeka close to him? Because he knew, or Onyeka will find out something very important within him through the conversation.
Hmm.
Besides, Onyeka is being dochi, but Onyeka sometimes she's a gamer.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes emotional. Sometimes she loses guard. But sometimes when she comes to you, Onyeka, she comes with that mentality of, I want to find something very important from that person,
Mm-hmm.
which Onyeka didn't find from KELLYRAE. And KELLYRAE didn't even want to allow Onyeka to get that opportunity to get the
Word.
information from him, because he knew, or if Onyeka can get that information, then it will be game over.
Word. True.
Yes, yes.
True.
So,
All right.
KELLYRAE is the game of the season, no doubt.
Thank you. Thank you so
Thank
much, Rose. Thank you so much
thank
for
you.
your
Thank you,
analysis.
Flora.
Thank you.
Thank thank you.
All right. Thank you. Guys, remember, if you want to join the conversation, click the link in the comment section if you're on YouTube. And if you are on Twitter, please send in your request and I'll bring you on. All right, let's speak with David. Hi, David.
Hi, Glory. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. David, it's how many weeks has it been? Like, is it 6 weeks? You
I know,
just
right?
disappeared. What happened? I hope you're good.
I'm good. I'm good. I had some walk. I had to be. I was carried away with walk and all that, but that's fine.
Wow.
It's good to be here
We're
again.
missing you. We're missing your analysis, and we're hoping that you're doing great.
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Let me just jump right into it. Right. So, I have some bullet points here. I'll just
Okay.
hit on those bullet points. I mean, overall, what is a strategy, right? When you say someone has a strategy, right, what does it mean? I've heard a lot of things. I mean, I've been following the chats. What is a strategy to you may not be a strategy to someone else, right? And
Mm-hmm.
I had to look up the definition of a strategy, right? A plan
Mm-hmm.
that converts into tactical steps to achieve a major objective, right? So it's a
Mm-hmm.
plan you convert into tactical steps, and it leads you to a major objective, right? That is what a
Mm-hmm.
strategy is, right?
Yes.
I'll make a bold statement, right? Any strategy in Big Brother that does not make you garner support from the voting audience every week needs to be revised, right? So if you claim to have a strategy and it doesn't lead you to the top last five, and you if you are strategic and you fall out the first week or the second week, then I have to ask myself the question: Are you really strategic?
Hmm.
You can't separate the this is one of those cases where the result speaks for itself, right? So if you
Yes.
are really strategic, we should see the results, right? I mean, you shouldn't be falling out the first, second, or third week, right? um,
Hmm.
for example, people that claim, remember initially in this Victoria, I think Victoria was the one that some people said maybe a strategy was being unseeable, someone that you
Hmm.
cannot see, right? The truth is that is not a strategy in a show that you need people to see you to vote for you,
Mm-hmm.
right? So and that's what the strategy is, right? And the thing is, some people come
Yes.
with multiple strategies, right? And you have to be able to adapt your strategy. This is where KELLYRAE literally shone, right? If you come in with a strategy, it doesn't mean you stick to that strategy all the way. Number one, and
Yes.
number two, if you come, it doesn't. There's nothing wrong in having more than one strategies, right? So you
Mm-hmm.
remember the season where White Money won that season, the season White Money won, right? It's obvious to everyone that watched that season that the kitchen was a strategy, right? That
Mm-hmm.
was like literally that was a one trick pony kind of person, right? But look at KELLYRAE, right? He had two strategies here. Number one, he had the issue of while they were on stage, before he and his wife went there, Ebuka announced to everyone that they are going to go in as though they are not married, right? And but
Mm-hmm.
that makes what? That means that the audience will want to see what's going to happen, right? So
Mm-hmm.
you've gotten a little bit of following like that, right? But you don't stop there. You know that you cannot stop there because you have to find something else. People are going to get tired after a while, right? So
Mhm.
you came up with this kitchen strategy, but not the way the kitchen was used by white money, right? Which is his own is different. It was getting information, almost like a trying to get reconnaissance, trying to get information from
Yes.
the people around, and then using that with his partner or his wife in this case to get to get something out of it, to modify what they're going to say, to know which
Mhm.
alliances I need to fall with and the ones I need to fall out of. Right now,
Mhm.
so and the truth is this: I'm going to ask you a rhetorical question. Between the first week and the second week and the third week, right? If Toby, if Toby did not give Cassia attention, if no guy in that house gave Cassia attention, right, and no lady in that house gave Kelly Ray attention, do you think Double K will keep getting a lot of audience supporting them? In a way, it's a rhetorical question. You don't worry,
Mhm.
Gloria. I'm not putting you in the spotlight,
No,
right?
I'm thinking about what you're saying. Makes a
Yeah.
lot of sense.
So what I'm saying is, let me paraphrase it, right? Some strategies rely on someone else to enhance its effects, right? So
Mm.
let me go back to Kosi, right? When Kosi won that game, right? When Kosi won, the season Kosi won, if there was no Yemi, will Kosi have won, right? When I'm just saying, I mean, maybe yes or no. It's just a food for thought, right?
Mm.
When Levi won, right? The Levi won. I think that was the last year, right? If there was no Venita, no Shei, no set of people that literally were looking down Levi, giving her the opportunity to play that victim game she played, right? Will she have won the show?
Mhm.
So if you come up with a strategy that relies on someone else, if Toby did not,
Mm.
if no guy went to, if you didn't have any drama like someone is trying to woo the lady who's married, or a girl is trying to come in front of Kelly Ray, right? Will we have been like, will we have seen something that we want to see more about, right?
Mm.
And this is why you have to know that in the game itself, you have to know how to change your strategy, right? And I'll
Mhm.
say this, you have to do a situation analysis, right? So each Big Brother show is unique. This was a duo. They came in as duos, right? They came in as single, as two people came in this show. It was not single people that came, right? They came as twos, right? This was the first time. This was the first of its kind,
Mm.
right? So, which means that it doesn't matter how much all those 28 housemates had watched previous seasons. This particular season, they did not know what to expect, right? And
Mm.
Big Brother, how would they have known, or how would we, the audience, have known that Big Brother will be very lax in his rules in this season, right?
Mm.
Because Big Brother,
Mm.
like there are lots of things that happen in a season that separates that season from previous seasons.
Mhm.
I'm not going to I'm going to answer a question you did not bring up today, right? In your last video, when you said you analyzed the show, and you said that you gave the show a 6/10. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. You gave the show a six
Yes,
over
yes.
ten, right? You said it's not the worst, but you said it's not the best, right?
Mm.
And I was trying to paraphrase that. So if it's not the best and if it's not the worst, right? What is the worst show? This is season 9. What is the worst one? What is worse than what we just saw? Like, what season in the last, maybe let's say 3 or 4? Let's not go all the way to first, second, and third, right? The past, maybe from
Mm.
season 5 onwards, upwards, right? The last 5 seasons.
Mm.
Which of those last 5 seasons is worse than the one we just watched, right? And it's this is, I'm not saying you should answer the question, right? This tells you
Mhm.
that this shows how difficult it is to compare apples with oranges. Remember, this
Mm.
none of the other shows had double people coming into the house. Again, so how
Mhm.
do you really compare when it was not? You can't really compare when other shows did not have those two people coming in, right? And when people say
Mm.
the shows, when it comes to the Mbadiwe twins, right? Those twins, I agreed with an earlier speaker, that the moment people knew who they were, it altered the game. The moment people knew who they were. So not just Onyeka now. It wasn't just Onyeka, and it wasn't just the females. Even the males altered their game, right? And once you start altering your game, that you had a game plan and you're altering your game because of a perception that this person is going to be beneficial to me when I get out of the house, you know, i.e., something is wrong somewhere, unless you're telling me that that strategy again is going to take you far into the game.
Mm-hmm.
Ultimately, I'm going to round up this way. I'm actually happy that KELLYRAE won. These are my highlights. I'm happy KELLYRAE won, and this gives people that are married some comfort, because
Mm.
it's almost like you cannot win this show if you're married, right?
Yeah.
But there's a caveat to that statement, right? Does it mean you can only win the show if you go with your wife or your husband? I'm just saying that, like, can somebody win? Can a married person win that show without their spouse being on the show with them? At least for the first maybe one or two. So that has still not been answered yet, right? Because that's
Mm.
still what I just said. We don't have the answer. Even though KELLYRAE won the show, we still don't have the answer to what I just said, right? To the question I just
Mm.
asked. And I'm going to say it again. Is it possible to win that show if you are from the abroad? You know how they say it, how the shags, she was like, can you win the show if if there's a perception that you're wealthy? You're well to do. Can you win the show and not come in like someone who's poor, I have no shoes, and people will dig into your past and find your information on the internet and find out, oh, this guy's really wealthy, right? Is there a way to win that show? That's the next ceiling that needs to be broken. To me, the next ceiling that needs to be
Mm.
broken is someone who is actually wealthy, whether he's inside the country or outside the country, that wins the show with despite all that wealth, right? Maybe it comes from humility. I don't know, but I want to see that happen.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, right? This is me now, right? And then finally, the issue about shipping, right? I made a statement. I said, I'm not against shipping. I mean, people ship. It's not. You can ship in your mind. Anyone can ship anyone, right? But
Mm-hmm.
um, the shipping there has to be a new form of strategy with shipping now. It's not
Mm-hmm.
you have to come up with a different flavor of that shipping. How many people have shipped? Okay, so Cozy shipped with Yemi for a while, right? And we know
Mm-hmm.
that triangle and all that. And Cozy won, right? So it means that you can ship at some point and win. It's not impossible to ship and like it's not a wrong strategy per se. The strategy
Mm-hmm.
in it, the strategy in itself is not what makes it wrong. It is how the players play the game, and
Mm.
if they have the knowledge that this season this is not what people are looking for, or this is what people are looking for, right? And if they can read the room, when you have emotional intelligence and you can read the room and say, oh, what I'm doing, it looks like people are not buying this. But how do you know that when you're
Mm-hmm.
inside the house? How do you know that when you're inside the house? Anyways, that's my 2 cents. It's just I'm happy, I'm very happy for KELLYRAE. I know that the next married person that's going to come there will have to come up with something else. You know, People
Mm-hmm.
now know this. They've seen this game. And it's not going to fly. Remember the rhetorical question I asked you? Without a Toby, will there will how does someone else's game enhance another person's? And for example, the guy that fell my hand, the doctor, um,
TJ.
TJ, right? I mean, it's true that if you have that much power, right, because you're a doctor, you're a physician, and people are opening up to you. Now, there's a nuance here, Glory. There is something called physician provider. Um, there's a physician patient. Uh, is
Confidentiality.
confidentiality, right? Ethical stuff, right? There's some things you cannot say just because the person told you. But I cannot remember anyone in that place coming to him and saying, "I'm your patient."
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't negate the fact of what you are saying that he should have used that to his advantage, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, if this was a case where yes, there was they signed a consent that I'm your patient, you're my doctor, and then you have to keep the information to yourself, that's different. But they didn't do that.
Mm-hmm.
He literally saw $100 million and he walked away from it. That's what he did. All right.
Exactly.
I'm gonna keep quiet. Got any questions for me?
Yeah, I mean, you asked some very interesting rhetorical questions. Very much interested in the one you talked about. If a wealthy person or maybe somebody from the abroad, if someone like that can ever win the show. So, there's something that I've noticed around Nigeria, Lagos,
Hmm.
Nigeria. right?
Mhm.
So I've noticed that when someone that is of the abroad background comes
Uh-huh.
into the setting and the person talks a lot about their achievements,
Oh, it's
there's
game
this
over.
you are cancelled automatically. There's this
Straight up.
automatic malice, yeah. Because people don't care. People don't want, people just keep malice with you all of a sudden because for them, oh, look at the situation of Nigeria. You are not worthy to be here. You're not one of us. And the moment you try to drive home your accent, and this is not me throwing shade at any Nigerian that stays abroad, but for the most Nigerians I have
No,
interacted
throw
with
the
that
shades.
have
Throw the
lived
shades. Throw
abroad,
the shades. Don't worry, throw the
yeah,
shades.
I've noticed that. I've noticed that there are a lot of Nigerians that live abroad. They still, with the exception of those that were raised there, those ones
Okay.
that relocated, they
Yeah.
still have been able to retain their local accent, but they've
Correct.
also been able to formulate the abroad
Correct.
accent. So when they
Exactly.
come back home, they want to impose the abroad accent. It's like proof of life, proof of yeah. It's
So
like proof
so
of life. Yeah. Exactly.
so
So
you are
when those at home that are really suffering this Nigerian shaking, when they encounter them, there's this automatic cancellation, like you are cancelled, get out. You are not one of us.
straight up.
But I've also
No, no.
but I've
So
also
T-Pain.
yeah.
You're talking about T-Pain, right? T-Pain. I don't know if you know what I'm
Yes.
talking about. T-Pain, right? T-Pain.
Oh my goodness. The shaking is
So
shaking all of us right
let
now.
me let me
You know,
let me shock you. Let me shock you,
it's
Glory. Do you
crazy.
know? Let me shock you, Glory. Do you know there are also some Nigerians that live outside the country, right? Whenever they get to the Abuja airport or Murtala International Airport, right? They literally
Mhm.
they change their dressing to blend with I'm telling you, there are some people that do that too. There are some people that intentionally have to lay low based on information they've gotten from different sources. That when you go back to the
Yeah.
country, you have to pretend like you've not even left the country. So there's also that part of
Yes.
them. Maybe those are not the ones that are coming to Big Brother show. I'm just saying, like maybe the ones that are coming to the Big Brother show are the ones that have some quote and unquote superiority complex. I'm sorry, it's inferiority to me
Yes.
though,
They are the
right?
ones.
But they are. That's why it's hard to
They are
use
the
a,
ones.
a brush to. Anyways, it was just a rhetorical question, and I see where you're coming from, right? I mean, the
I was going to
T-Pain
drop
is
a
real.
point to that. I was going to drop a point to that. And I think you just mentioned it partially. Yeah. I think people or Nigerians from the abroad can actually win the show if they are able to implement the chameleon strategy.
Hmm.
Now, we know how a chameleon behaves. Anywhere you go
Yeah.
to, you take on the color of that
Hmm.
place, right?
Hmm.
So, if they can take on the color and not necessarily pretend, I mean, no, you're still Nigerian, anyways, right? But
Yeah.
take on
Exactly.
the chameleon mentality, begin to behave like the people around, that's the housemates,
Hmm.
and
Hmm.
also act like you feel their pulse, even though you don't.
Yes.
Act like it. Because
Even though
if we
you
look at
don't.
the other
Yeah.
people, yeah, you look at the likes of Kidwaya. The guy
Correct.
is acting like you people are eating bread and beans. I'm eating the clouds. Look at Shags. Oh, my father is owner of Ikoyi and whatnot. Look at Sean. And there's something Sean is currently doing on social media, which I'm going to point out. It's like this guy is trying so hard to seek validation from the wrong crowd. If you check his socials, right, especially on Snapchat, Sean bought a new car. He put it there, a new whip. He went to show the cinema in his house. I've
Hmm.
never used this place. I don't know if I should put up a party. Nigerians don't
Wow.
like seeing things like that because they feel
That's
like you're
true.
showing off.
Showing off.
You
Yeah.
see?
Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly.
You're right. You're
It's
right.
like you're seeking validation from the wrong set of people. Don't even
Wow.
do it. Just
Wow.
live your life. Live
Wow.
freely.
Wow.
Don't seek authentication from anybody. And that's what
Anybody.
Sean is currently doing. He's
Mm,
currently doing
mm,
that. And sometimes I
wow.
just sit back and I laugh like, what is this baby boy doing? Because you're acting like a baby boy. So I
Uh,
believe strongly that any Nigerian that has stayed in there, because here's the reality as well. I do not also believe that it is every Nigerian that lives in the abroad that is actually living in luxury. There are
that is a
those that are
fact.
also, yeah, there are also those that are
In fact,
struggling.
there
There
are
are those
some
that
that
are
want to go
trying to
back.
survive.
Exactly, exactly, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
This is the final thing. I know
Yeah,
someone else
so
has to come in. Let me just say one more thing quickly, right? For everyone
yeah,
listening, right? just the mere fact you have an accent, right? Whether it's a Australian accent, British accent, American accent, South African, no matter what accent you have, right? It does not translate to intelligence. there is no correlation between the way the person speaks and what they have between their ears, the brain, right? So
Bless you.
when people come and it doesn't matter how they twist the story, right? We have found places where you can speak all the English, all the Queen's English you want to speak, but if you we see you as a fool, So let people just know that, I need they should just know peace. Yeah. Well, we feel the T-pain, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully we'll get out of the
Now,
T-pain. Don't worry, we'll get out of the
the
T-pain.
tipping
All right.
is it's heavy. It's heavy. But yeah, thank you
All right.
so much,
Thanks for
David.
having me. Yeah, good talking to you.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your apt analysis. Thank you. All right, let's speak with Cuckoo. Cuckoo is back. Hi, Cuckoo. Hello. Cuckoo, you have to unmute your mic so we can hear you. Is Cuckoo there? Cuckoo, we can't hear you. Okay, we're going to speak with Mr. A, and then when Cuckoo is ready, we'll bring her on. Hi, Mr. A.
Hey, hello, Glory. How are you? How you doing?
I am good. Thank you very much. How are you?
Yeah, I'm relatively well. Can't really complain.
Mr. A,
Um,
let me ask you a question before you take it on. David and I were just talking about Nigerians in the abroad, with their accent, coming into the house, the Big Brother house to play the game. So this is a
yeah.
personal question to you now. Would you, your accent, I cannot really place your accent. So with this accent that you carry, do you think you can play the Big Brother game and win the Big Brother game?
Um, I don't know. I mean, I think what you actually said before was trying to be a chameleon. Play the chameleon strategy. And if you can actually speak pidgin English, I think just go full blown pidgin. And I think it is possible. It's definitely possible. You know,
Hmm.
um, I don't think just going to the show and just coming up with your accent is going to win you the show. I don't think so. I don't believe so. You know, and that strategy I even thought about just now was someone being on the stage um, who is actually not doing particularly too well, but actually saying his strategy is to be the rich one out there. So when he's
Hmm.
actually in the house, he plays himself as the rich kid, you know.
Hmm.
But in reality,
Mhm.
he's not rich. Is that a strategy that can work? There's so many out there, you can actually think of, you know.
Hmm.
Um, yeah. I mean, the accent thing, it sometimes it works in Nigeria. Everybody actually, you know, they love the American accent, the British accent, and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, I don't feel like it can actually get you to that money. To be honest with you, you
Hmm.
know,
Okay.
yeah,
Interesting.
yeah, yeah,
Interesting. But to play that script of the rich person, yeah, you need to know stuff about luxury.
yeah. I mean, they can listen. There's always, I'm thinking of someone who's like a influencer, but who's not particularly doing well, but knows a lot of luxury brands and stuff online and stuff like that. He's got that
Hmm.
knowledge of, oh, he knows luxury and stuff like that. So someone
Hmm.
like that can actually come in and trick the whole or manipulate the whole people on ground, and you can even say, oh, I'm an influencer. Haven't you heard of me before? That kind of thing. Just
Mhm.
trick people thinking, no, we've never heard of you. What do you do? So people now be asking questions, and now people are now curious about the whole strategy. It's like, oh my gosh, this
Yeah.
guy's playing a really good game. So as
Mhm.
what David said, is trying to rev up your support. People, the voting people who are actually going to say, you know what, we want to see this to the end. How is he going to play this game to the end? You know, that's what I'm actually looking at. So, the whole shipping, even I personally, I didn't like Kelly's race strategy. I personally felt it was a bit boring to me. I mean, for me,
Mm,
the person who actually made an impression was Oyeka. I
mm,
kind of liked her game because, you know, um, the fact was she kept on being in everybody's, whatever, business. She was actually there. She was actually, constantly creating something, and
mm,
in all honesty, they do say you create your own opportunities. If there's no
mm,
opportunity there, you create it, you start it off, and then
mm.
things starts, going along the lines of, oh my gosh, this person has started it, so we jump on it, you know. Um, what David was actually saying about Toby, if Toby was not there, with
Mm,
the whole Cassia or Kelly Ray strategy, would they actually work? Well, in this game, you got people called reactors. There are people who would always react to
yeah,
certain things, and there's people who would always, be proactive and basically initiate something. So,
yeah,
it's not going to be your fault if you've noticed a reactor and you go there and you start something. One I would always remember is White Money and Ilebaye. I remember that day when Ilebaye just stood at that computer and started doing stuff to White Money,
mm,
and White Money was just pissed, and you could just see that she
mm,
was intentionally doing it, you know.
mm-hmm,
And White Money kept on being upset. So see, for me, it's like there's always an opportunity if you've got a strategy. You actually got to say, okay, how am I going to play this? How am I going to use this strategy? How am I going to get people talking? And that got people
mm,
talking. That was like, oh my
mm,
gosh, did you see what Lebai did? Whose fault was it?
mm,
Was it White Bunny's fault? Was it Lebai's fault? There's a whole conversation around that whole thing that Lebai actually did. Who started
mm-hmm.
it? And then people actually start, running around and start looking for evidence. Oh my gosh, White Bunny did this first. No, so there's that whole conversation around, you know, whether you're a reactor or you're actually an actor, a gamer in the whole script you're
Yes,
actually playing. You know,
absolutely.
and to me that's why I kind of liked Oyeka when she was actually playing her whole game and stuff like that. But
Mm,
eventually she fell off when she was being vile and being vindictive and stuff like that. Another one who I actually thought wasn't even playing the game was OZEE. I never saw it at all.
mm,
So I think I watched either one of your videos or one of your analysis online when you talked about something. It just clicked on me and it just dawned on me that, oh my gosh, it's true what you're saying. OZEE was one of the gamers of the season, and I didn't actually
yeah,
see it. It wasn't right.
mm-hmm,
It wasn't even in my. It wasn't. It wasn't right in front of my eyes. But I actually saw what he was actually doing. No, well, it was really weird because if you're not looking for it, you can never find it. You can never see how
because he was
Uzi was
playing
actually
his
playing this
tact.
game. That's the
His
thing,
game
you know?
wasn't loud. He was playing a tactical game, a very smooth
Absolutely.
game.
I was like amazed when I think it was you that actually pointed it out, and I just like opened my mouth and I said, "Oh my gosh, it's true!" Because all you just need to do is just convince people that, oh, listen, it's not about just the inside, Listen, there's life, when we go actually outside of this, for space. And what's that telling you as a housemate? That's telling you that, oh my gosh, oh, so if I don't nominate him, that means there might be things actually outside. So it's now put something in my brain telling me not to nominate Ozzy or the Mbadiwe twins. So I'm like thinking,
Mhm,
okay, I'm not going to nominate them because I am looking for favor outside. And that's what happened to quite a few of these people, Ben, TJ, all these people. They were that afraid of actually saying, not afraid, but they were just, that thing was actually already dropped into their mind as saying, listen, you guys don't just nominate me, otherwise there might be issues when we go outside.
mhm,
It didn't actually do it in their face. It was all subtle,
mhm,
as you said,
mhm,
with tact. And I was like, wow. that's a gamer's game, because you can just be there like what's his name, the guy in BB and Zamzi, what's his name, the guy who was it BB and Zamzi season 4. I can't remember his name now.
Is it the person that won?
No, the one who played the best game but was fifth or
Okay,
something
Papa
like that.
Ghost.
Yeah.
Papa
No,
Ghost.
not Papa Ghost. No, sorry. Probably BB and Zamzi season 3.
Tools.
Twos,
Tool.
yes. Twos
Okay.
that played a game whereby
Best.
nobody saw what he was actually doing. Oh my gosh,
Yes.
he was just there, and all of a sudden nobody
Mhm.
actually saw exactly what he was doing. And I felt like that's
Yes.
what OZEE was actually doing. He was actually playing a beautiful game whereby I didn't even see myself, and I'm very intelligent. I'm very intelligent at actually spotting, things like this, and I didn't see it, and I was like, wow, that's actually amazing, you know. So for me, I mean, I would definitely agree with you. OZEE was one of the best gamers. OZEE was
OC as
definitely one of
well,
the best.
to be
Yeah,
honest.
OZEE.
OC as well.
Yeah, OC as well. Yeah. Two of them, they
Mhm.
knew what they were actually doing, because they felt like, you know what, let's try and ride this thing to actually get to the finals without nobody nominating us. And in a way, that's what they actually did. They did it
Mm.
in a very good way, even though they, might not win it. It's all about, as people say, getting to the finals. I wish they actually
Yeah.
did, you know. So, I mean, all in all, I mean, I watched your video, your last video about it being either the worst or the best season. Uh, I don't know. I just feel this season wasn't really given. There were so many things that was actually happening that, which, as you know, I was
Yeah.
voicing my own opinions about, and I just felt absolutely disappointed. In the season,
Yeah.
especially with the production. Their
Yeah.
production team. But I mean, yeah, that's what I actually have to say about this whole BBnaija season.
Thank you so much, Mr. A. Thank you so much. Very much appreciated. Very much appreciated. And you see, yeah, there's something else that I don't think we've really mentioned yet about the Mbadiwe twins. I mean, I loved how they played their game so much that I think it's really outstanding. Now, they recognized that they were the oldest in the house, even older than TJ. They were the oldest in the house. They had their family name. They knew that the family name could either be a good or a bad advantage for them. So, aside the power of influence they had, these two went ahead to, you know, tag along, because that's what I'm going to call it. Yes. They went ahead and tagged along with whatever Chizoba and Onyeka had in store for them. And then they became in control. Like they took the reins of affair of whatever they had going on, despite the fact that they had their situations on the outside. What do I mean? OC has a fiance and is expecting a child. Now, on a normal day in this Nigerian society, there's going to be a lot of restrictions, right? As a man, you would be afraid to frolic with other women, because you don't want people's judgment and whatnot. So, what did OC do? He removed every form of boundaries that everybody would expect him to have, and he allowed himself to, be available to Chizoba's games, right? And Chizoba's game was very glaring, although they put it under the label of bestie, breastie, but it was very glaring for all to see that Chizoba wanted more than a friendship with OC. The same thing with Onyeka. Under the guise of bestie, bestie, it was very glaring for all to see as well that even though she and her sister knew that these people had relationships outside, they wanted that position of, whatever. They wanted to be in a relationship with these guys. So these guys took away their boundaries, right? Because I think they also recognize, and this is based on the conversations they always had in the house. You could tell that they had studied the show, even though they lied that they had never watched any season. It's a lie. These people take pictures with literally most of the ex-Big Brother Naija housemates, even Ibuka. So it's a lie. They've watched the show, right? Maybe not 24/7, but they've watched the show, and it's very obvious that they've had conversations with ex-housemates. So they knew what sells on the show. They knew that shipping sells on the show. And shipping does not necessarily have to be romantic relationships where people are having sex in the house or smashing. No, they knew what sells. They knew that there's this section of the viewing audience that just enjoys seeing two people of the opposite gender, getting all touchy and physical with each other. So they removed every sense of boundaries that they had and allowed for that to happen. And then the lies that they brought in, the lies were quite controversial. And I think that was another thing that really sold out their game, because the way they were lying, people wanted to see what was going to happen next. So I think they saw that and they keyed into it. And for me, I think as much as it was quite offensive to watch, it also sold their game. You know, it also gave them longevity in the house, aside their power of influence. And this also boils down to what David said, that it's okay to have more than one strategy. You're playing one strategy in the game. You know that there's a lot of things going on, there's a lot of forces at play in the house. It's okay to, formulate different strategies that's going to keep you longer in the game. That's the reason I say those guys, they really stand out and they really played the game, and I give them their flowers for it. So, Mr. A, I don't know if you agree with that, or maybe you have a contrary opinion.
I mean, yeah, I can actually see where you're actually coming from, but I mean, um, from my point of view, I just feel like um, they they played a very good game where nobody was actually seeing it. But the problem is that kind of strategy would never get you the bag. That's the problem with that kind of
Yeah,
strategy. It will never get you the
yeah.
bag because the people in Nigeria or people in Africa, they're very emotional about when they actually
Yes.
voted. And sometimes people already picked their fave from week one, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And in a way, it's like, so it's like it's pointless you saying you're probably going to have a strategy because for me, it's like, from week one, if you actually say KELLYRAE and Cassia, went in with that whole marriage strategy or whatever, you know,
Mm.
and then everybody's now kind of going with the same theme of, oh, because they are married and let's, for me, this is actually boring because I actually saw what they actually did inside the house. And in all honesty, I feel like a reality TV show is about entertainment and entertainment in several different ways. It's like a whole broad things that actually comprises together. And
Mm.
for me as a person, in my own opinion, that's what I'm actually kind of looking for. You know, so I can actually understand why some people actually, kind of, saying, the whole Cassia thing was something new, refreshing, which actually, when they actually came into, the show, and, I can actually see why people actually supported them because, in a way, it's like, for one thing I've actually got to say about this is, I felt like it kind of boiled down to a messy AK sort of scenario. Do you actually
For
this
who?
season
For
kind of
who?
for KELLYRAE? That's what I actually believe.
How do you
Now,
mean? How do you mean?
okay. Now, during messy AK situation, there were certain people who wanted to vote based on the very first female winning the show, regardless of how the situation actually went. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
they wanted
Mm.
a female to win BBnaija, and that's why the reason why most of people actually voted for Messi AK. Yeah, Messi AK
I
was actually
disagree.
uh, well. I mean, I believe
I see
when
where you're going.
listen, I remember being on your channel and looking at comments, and people were saying, "Oh, let a woman win BBnaija for once. Let a woman," and it was an emotional thing. People felt
I
like,
disagree. Do you know why I disagree?
why do you
Because
disagree?
I see
Why?
where you're going. You're meaning to say
Mhm.
that, well, because people wanted Messiah Care, the first female after a while to win, they wanted a married person to win. I disagree because Kelly Ray wasn't the only married man in the house. There was also, what's his name now? TJ, right? There was also TJ, although he had the London thingy with
No, but
disadvantage,
but
even
okay,
though.
but the thing is, as David rightly said before, you know, if you're being if you're a married person coming in alone, that is not going to work. It's like Tega, or is it Tiga, when she came in as a married woman and she played that game. That ain't gonna work, you know.
Mr. A,
But
do you know that I've been saying this for the longest time, and I'll still stand by what I said. Mercy's season, Mercy would not have won if Thatcher was not disqualified.
no.
The
Okay, okay,
voting,
okay.
the voting margin proved it all. Thatcher had she had a massive fan base. Why? Because she, just like KELLYRAE, was playing according to the theme of the season. The theme of that season said Pepper Them Gang. And Thatcher was the Pepper of the season. Thatcher was the queen of highlights. Mercy gave herself that name, Queen of Highlights. And I'm sorry, I did not see any single highlight Mercy gave that season. Thatcher was the queen of highlights. She was the game. She was the one playing the game. And she started that Pepper Them Gang season from the stage during the introduction. And you see, this was the same thing that KELLYRAE and Onyeka did on the stage. They started playing their game. And you know, we've said it several times. The housemates do not know that this Brother Naija show, the game begins from the stage. You see that stage where it's the day of the launch show, people are watching, they want to hear you, they want to see who you are, they want to hear your voice for the first time. That is the moment for you to make your first impression. Mercy would not have won. For me, as far as I'm concerned, Thatcher had to go for Mercy to win. Because yes, that's where your own what you said about people wanting a female to win. Now, people felt like, okay, if Thatcher is not in the picture, the only other female available to give is Mercy. And so they gave it to Mercy. KELLYRAE did not win because he's a married man. If he won because come on, there's also TJ. So I disagree. I disagree.
Okay. Now put it like this, you know. You actually, and in a way, I kind of agree with you that Thatcher could have won that season. You know, Thatcher could have actually won that season. But guess what? She got disqualified. She got disqualified. And the thing is, but yeah, she got disqualified. But the same thing was, she was female also. Yeah. So whatever people who actually felt like, you know, they actually wanted to vote for a female. Yeah. The next best thing after Thatcher was disqualified was Misky.
That's what we're saying.
Yeah, but here's the thing. That's what I'm actually saying. Yep, it was all in the point of we are actually going to vote for the very first female person. We've never actually had a female person, a female winner of the BBnaija. So everybody actually puts all their efforts and everything into actually voting for Misky.
Now, if Mr. A, if we put it that way.
And hold on a second. Do you know that Mike, who was the runner-up, was very loved by the people at that time?
Mr. A, Mike was a plain reactor. You yourself just analyzed it. Mike was basically a reactor. He was a reactor, and that was that. Mike by himself was not coming up with genius ideas or ways on how to pepper or trigger the housemates. It was Thatcher that was doing all the work. And if we put it that way, that Thatcher would have won or not won simply because she's a woman, we are totally discrediting all the work she put into her game. People were not supporting Thatcher because she was female. No, wait, mind you, remember this, yeah? Prior to Thatcher going into the Pepper Them Gang season, she was one of the most hated social media personalities in Nigeria. Why? Because of her raunchy content on Instagram. Her content was quite distasteful to a lot of people because people felt like she was naked half the time, you know, doing all those twerking and whatever, and she was kind of saucy. People did not like Thatcher. But the moment she mounted that stage and introduced herself and threw shade at her fellow housemates, in a game that had not even begun, but the girl started the game on the stage. People loved that instantly. They said, yes, Pepper Them Gang, this girl started giving us pepper. So people did not like Thatcher or vote for her because she was female. No, but because she already started the game. Now, this idea you talk about, people wanted a female to win. See, Mercy was just given the win, not because she played the game and was deserving of it. She was just given the win. But we talk about someone that would have been the deserving winner of that season, would have been Thatcher, hands down. No competition attached. No competition attached. So I don't,
Okay.
Mr. A, I don't
Okay.
agree with you on this one.
So no, but hold on a second. You just said Messi was given the win. Who gave her the win? Wasn't it the audience that actually gave her the win?
Well, I'm not. I don't want to say who I think gave her
Okay.
the win.
So if in kind of in the officially, if it was the audience that gave her the win, it wasn't it the voting populace, the voting people who actually said, you know what, we've had was it Miracle, we've had Lekon, we have had whatever, who was it, so people, and to be
I
honest with
don't
you,
think
and at
voting
that
people
point
gave
at
her the
that
win.
point in time, Glory, I was literally reading your comment sections, and probably 70% of those comments were, we are tired of actually having a male, it's now time for a female. That's actually how it played out in the comment section at that
But Mr.
at that
A,
point in time.
Mr. A, if you put it this way, then you are trying to discredit Kelly Ray's game. I know you don't
I'm
like his game, but I don't think Kelly Ray won because he's a married man. No. Listen, we're saying that okay, for this season, we are going
listen.
to rate the wait now. For this season, we are going to rate the players according to the theme of the season because the season wasn't all that great. The season had a lot of loopholes, right? So we're going to base the gamers or the entertainers according to the theme of the season. If we are saying that, oh, because in Pepper Them Gang season, Mercy won because they wanted a female to win, well, that one is there. But this season, I do not think this season can be compared to that season in any way because Kelly Ray did not win this season because people wanted a married person to win. No. Kelly Ray won because he played a very smart and strategic game. He stuck to his strategy and he stood to the theme of the season. He played according to the theme of the season, and so he won. Nobody knew at the beginning of the season if a married person was going to win. As a matter of fact, a lot of people thought that Onyeka was going to win. A lot of people thought that Wani was going to win. A lot of people did not even see Kelly Ray winning. People did not even smell Kelly Ray winning. I think when people started perceiving that this guy was going to win, it was from the second week. That was when people started perceiving that this guy was going to win. The moment Wani moved on to Sean, people shifted attention from Wani to somebody else that was playing the game according to the theme of the season. And let's not forget that with every year, the viewing audience of Big Brother Naija matures, even though we also get a lot of small children that join the crowd of viewing audience, right? And by small children, I mean people that are not very enlightened. But on the other hand, we also get a lot of people that are very much grown and intelligent and informed on how they watch the show and how they interpret the vices and the games and whatever that happens on the show. So this time around, yes, there are people that were still loving the shippers, but there are also people that really wanted to see people that were playing the game. And a lot of people were already vouching for Onyeka and Wani. But the moment Wani moved on to Sean, the attention was shifted from her as the winner. So, Mr. A, I still do not agree with you.
Okay, we can agree to disagree. I mean, the thing is, at the end of the day, I believe my own personal, it's my own personal opinion. And
Yeah.
I feel like, as you mentioned before, Thatcher making an impression on the very first day on the stage. I believe that was the same thing that Kelly Ray actually and Cassie actually did on the very first day when they announced to the world that, or who I think it was Ebuka that actually announced to the world, that they are married, but they're going into the house as not married couples. That was for me the game changer. That at that point in time, it's a highlight. It's like a tingling factor saying, okay, let's see how these people are going to play their game, But what I'm actually trying to say is because they're actually a married, couple going in as not married, everybody's now focused on, okay, you know what? Let's see whether these couples are actually going to be playing that game as they said it was. Why did they? The question I can easily just ask you is why did they not actually choose Cassia as a person to actually front the double K? Why?
I will answer your question, and it's self-explanatory, Mr. Yeah, I also have a question for you. Now, it's self-explanatory. It still, once again, boils down to the theme of the season. Cassia lost her guard, but Kelly Ray did not lose his guard. He never lost his guard. And so it was a managerial decision from their management team that KELLYRAE would be the best person to win the game, that it would be the best person to be pushed forward to win the game. And I put this to you, yeah, that if Cassia was the one that was left in the finals, there was a possibility that Cassia would not have won. The win would have been given to Wani, because people would categorize both Wani and Cassia in the same box. They'll say, these two people, they lost their guard. They did this, they did that, they did this, they did that. But KELLYRAE stood his ground. So I still put it to you that for KELLYRAE, it wasn't because he was married. It was because he played according to the theme of the season. Those who saw it, saw it. And that still boils down to what I'm saying about the viewing audience of this season. They've matured. As much as we have those that are still not enlightened, there are still those that are mature, that are now looking for actual players, gamers, other than people that are just there to just sheep. If we were looking for just sheepers, Wani would have won, but she didn't get it. So I have a question to even ask you. Now I've answered I hope I've answered your question, but I have my own question.
No. A follow-up question to that is, why did Perry not win Shine Your Eye, since he was the one that shone his eye, in that season? He was the one. He was the one. Yeah. Why didn't he not win the season? Because according to you, you're actually saying that KELLYRAE actually stuck to the theme of the season. How come Perry did not win Shine Your Eye? Because it was Perry that actually was the one looking out for everything that was actually happening around him. In my regard, I feel like that Perry should have been, the winner in the whole sort of, how you've actually explained it, right?
Okay, so I answer the question. So
yeah,
I strongly believe that Perry did not win because, one, in that entire season, and with regards to the theme of Shine Your Eye, Perry was a reactor. White Money was the one actually playing the theme of the season, Shine Your Eye. Perry was reacting to White Money's game. And most of the time, it's just a few situations that you will see where the reactor actually wins. And an example is Big Brother Exam this season 4 that happened earlier this year. The reactor won. That's Mark Jr. He won. Now, for Perry and White Money's won. How did White Money play the theme? Shine Your Eye. He came into the house. And he saw that, okay, there was a need. The housemates of that season, they don't like to cook. They are lazy. They don't have time to take care of themselves. And so this guy decided to explore his culinary skills. He took over the kitchen monopoly and whatnot. And it took him a while to get himself invested in the emotional banks of his fellow housemates. And they loved him for the fact that he was taking care of all of them. Perez shone his eyes and he saw that. And he chose the aggressive approach to creating this alert, to alerting his fellow housemates that, see what this guy is doing. Now, if Perez had used a tactical approach, he would have won. But he chose the aggressive approach. And according to the Nigerian viewing public, they are not really a fan of people that play the villain card. They would rather give the win to the person that is they perceive as the saint. And so, because of Perez's approach to White Money's game, because of his reaction to White Money's game, people decided that White Money was the better person to win. I don't know if I answered your question. Mr. A?
I mean, I can easily, counter that with, well, I mean, in all honesty, when the prank was actually being pulled by Biggie with regards to Nene going missing, Perez was the only one that shone his eye, nobody else. So I can actually keep on coming up with so many things that Perez was actually doing that season, why he could have actually have won. But because, as he said, he's a villain, people decided that no, we wanted to give it to the good guy. I know. Exactly. But the thing is, what I'm actually trying to say is, according to the theme of the season, Perez should have won because he's the one.
According to the
Okay.
theme of the
Well,
season, white
let's agree to
money
disagree.
backed the win. Oh, Mr. A. Mr. A, you're
We-
going to
we-
pay me for this time you're using me to drag this thing. See, according to the theme of the season, white money won. White money was the first person that played the theme of the season.
do you, do you
Then
do you
Pere
know
was
do you
reacting
know
to
why
white money's
do you
game.
do you know why
Oh,
white money actually won that season? I can actually give you the reason.
he said,
From
sorry,
the
what did you
very
say?
Do you know why white money won that season? I can actually give you the
Why?
reason. The minute
Why?
white money from the very first when he walked in from the stage, from the very first week, he walked into the house. You see that thing he did where he knelt down and started bowing and said, "Oh, thank God, this has been like 3 years or whatever I've been auditioning." That was the mark. That was the beginning of white money. That's when people started liking white money. That's when people started
Mm-hmm.
noticing white money. It wasn't the fact
Mm-hmm.
that, oh, and then obviously the whole kind of villain thing between him and Pere, that also contributed. But you see that very first stance he actually did, that was the point. People actually said, "This is our winner."
Okay. I'll leave it like that, Mr. A. Because I
All
cannot
right.
drag the game. There are other people that want to speak. I'm not going to drag the game. But that does not mean I agree with you. I do not agree with you.
The
I
glory,
refuse
glory.
to agree with you.
We agree to disagree. Don't worry. We are not
Yes,
toxic here. We are not toxic here. We
exactly.
agree to disagree.
Exactly. I beg. I beg people should leave KELLYRAE's win for him. That guy, he was a worthy winner and he got
No, no.
his win.
I mean,
But thank you so much.
it was definitely a worthy winner. I mean, I totally agree with that.
Exactly.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I'm not going to take that away from him. But all well and good. Anyway, thanks so
Thank
much,
you
Glory.
so
All right.
much. Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. A. Mr. A, you get power. Don't try. Okay, let's speak with S Kuko. I think that's her. Is that S Kuko? Oh, it's Fortune.
Yes, it's me.
Is that? Oh, Fortune. Hi. Hi. How are
Hi,
you?
I'm fine. Thanks for yourself.
I am good. Thank you. You're welcome. How are you?
I'm fine. Okay, so if my audio is bad, I'm willing to step out. Just let me know because I'm on the streets right now going home. Am I
No, it's
audible?
fine. It's fine. It's fine. Please
Okay.
carry on.
I'm coming from somewhere, but I just had to jump on because I don't know when else we'll talk about the season. It looks like this is the last episode for that.
Probably.
So, so disclaimer, everything that Mr. A said is correct. So you are my friend,
Okay.
but I'm on Mr. A's side, wrong or not. That's
Ah.
that's what happened.
And we are not
That
divided
is,
now. I will see.
let's
Who's
just
going
leave
to
it
take my
there.
side? Where is David? Where
Aye.
is his passport?
Thank you. Thank you. Let's agree to disagree. Okay. So, so Glory, thank you so much for this season, Glory. I think
You're
a lot
welcome.
of us tapped out midway somewhere, and I even told you that, I'm literally only watching because you're putting time into it. You were breathing a
Thank
lot of
you.
energy into this show at some point when it was dry mid-section of it. But
Yeah.
I don't want to discount the game that some of the people played, and I don't want to repeat what everybody else said because I echo a lot of what they said about Onyeka, KELLYRAE, and Ndi. Because when I really look at it and I'm following some of the stuff that's happening post-show, I think Ndi was changed a little bit by her own doings, of course. She could have come
Yes.
out a little bit more earlier. Of the twins, she was my ultimate favorite. But I wanted her backbone to come out a little bit earlier, so that she can stand by her own game. And she had
Yes.
game, to the extent that if she was the person in the end, I mean, although Wani tried, I mean, she pushed. It would be nice to have had a Handy in there, Wani outside with her boyfriend. That's my view, because I thought she had, I thought she had game as well, but she played herself, by just following
Mhm.
CC everywhere and stuff like that. So for me, that's a bit of a shame. But I
Yeah.
think there is a few things that worked for the show in terms of Biggie trying to set up a new strategy. We can't discount that. I watched your video from last night and you were right. This season was set up to win. It was set up for that. It was a good strategy. It was a good theme. They brought a different kind of, Big Brother to it. I've seen it in other places, but not in Africa, where they bring family or things like that. It was supposed to
Yeah.
work. But I think they lost it somewhere midway. I'm not sure what happened. And I think I've always blamed the twins in a way, but like Mr. A said, and you said, if a person is playing a game, it's up to the other housemates to match up the game. They listened to the twins. They didn't have to listen to the twins, but the twins were bold in stature, in voice, in perceived status outside, and the housemates allowed themselves to be played like that.
Exactly.
The same way they allowed Kid to play them all when he was in the house. Nobody could measure up to Kid. Even Sean, to some extent, Sean had that muscle. Sean, if you look at when they did all the tasks, if Sean was not judging, he was tasting what they cooked, or he was writing. He never did any of the hectic stuff. They respected him. They did not want to challenge the guy. So I always, like we said with in previous shows, these guys have a tendency of respecting status, accent, and things like that. Then you get played, which is why I also like that KELLYRAE did not let all of those things get into his head. He was so focused. And the reason why people are saying he didn't lose God, I agree with them, because every time Cassia was deviating, he was taking his wife to the side and be like, Madam, let's focus. You know why we're
Yeah.
here? That's a person that's always on guard. And that's a person that deserves to win. I think that's just it. There's no other
Yeah.
person in the theme of the show for this season. No other person deserved this win, married or not.
I totally agree. I totally
So
agree. And yeah, carry on, please. Carry on.
no, really, that's all I wanted to say.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. I just wanted to pick up from what you said about how KELLYRAE did not get distracted by the Badue twins' influence. There's something that a lot of people probably missed, but at some point, OC would constantly, give KELLYRAE a pat on the back and tell him that, oh, my madam, that is his expectant girlfriend or his expecting girlfriend, is a big, is it a manager? There's this Nigerian music artist that's based in the UK, Malik Berry. This guy just blew into the Nigerian music industry. He blew up and he was giving us massive, massive, hard tunes, very great tunes from this guy. And then all of a sudden, the guy disappeared. And right now, to be very honest, I don't even know where he is anymore. So OC would always remind KELLYRAE that his fiance is the one that brought that guy to the limelight, that she's the one that managed him, she's the one that helped him to do this. And things like that for a struggling music artist, someone that's trying to get into the terrain of the Nigerian entertainment industry, which is quite hard. The Nigerian music industry is really, really hard. I mean, it's difficult, right? So for someone that wants to get in there, one would expect that, oh my God, KELLYRAE would be bought. He would be swayed by, all of those promises of fame and connection, but you could see that he was still able to, in a way, detach himself partially from that carcass that they were
Yeah.
able to build. Yeah. You could see that then, by the way, twins' suggestions, all those their subtle suggestions on who they should nominate, they did not buy it. Instead, he and his wife, they're able to stick to their own game. They're able to stick to their guns, especially when it came to nominations. So yes, I totally agree with you when you put it that way, that he did not allow himself to be swayed by
Yeah.
whatever they had.
Yeah. Yeah, but overall,
Okay.
I would say, yeah, there was some entertainment here and there and stuff like that. But if I was to rate this by some of the shows that I've watched, Zanzi or the BBnaija, this one was not really giving for me. I think the ups and downs were too many. And Big Brother lost control of the house. I think it's the first time ever where allegations of a serious nature are performed in the house and Big Brother does zero to clear that
Yeah,
up, because that is somebody's image out there when a person is being accused of such serious thing, even if it's theft. In the past, Big Brother would address it and involve us in the addressing. Right now, everything was just being swept under the carpet. So a lot of that stuff, I hope Big Brother will address next time, because I expected Big Brother to do something like that in the season
exactly.
before, where the seasoned people that he played before, there you could say, you guys sort each other out. Feel free to do
Mhm.
whatever you want. But in this particular one, we didn't see that. So hopefully the next season will be a bit different in the sense that Big Brother should address those things head on and involve us, at least on the website somewhere. Tell us what's happening, because right now, the first speaker from this particular show that we're talking right now said, we are unclear as to what happened. We don't know. And it's very unsettling to think that if something like that happened and it's not addressed by either side, whoever was wrong, or even if it's a misunderstanding, if we clear it up, it gives a better ambience to the whole, ecosystem of this show. Right now, if people come and they touch each other and they are abused, Biggie's just gonna keep quiet. Let's address that, Big Brother. To be fair, let's just, so that us, the viewers, can also feel comfortable that we're watching a show that's governed.
Exactly, exactly. I totally agree with you. I mean, it would have even saved production's neck if at the start of the season they had made an announcement that this season the rule book is invalid. It would have made much more sense. But they did not make any announcement. Everything was just vague. They didn't even say anything to that effect. And then later on, when Big Brother felt like his ego was being trampled upon, now came and gave the housemates some miserable punishment. And even upon the punishment, they were still breaking rules. It just felt like they
Yes.
literally cut off Big Brother's balls and threw it in the trash. Did not make sense at all.
No.
So yeah,
And can I
thank
just say
you.
one last thing? Yes, let me just say
Yes.
one last thing. I think
Mhm.
we nailed it already in the past why these things would happen, but I'll just repeat it and put 3 examples to the table. Remember
Mm.
how Kid was allowed to do and Kid was my favorite, by the way. All these UK boys are my favorite because I like accent. So whoever is an accent, I'm there, right? So Kid, and what's his name? Init, all of those, I like them. Anyway,
Yeah.
Kid was there on the show, misbehaving, being all sorts of things. It had to take Kid while giving Biggie the middle finger for him to be chastised. You get Mr. Init complaining about wearing a skirt all the time, and Biggie was doing nothing. It's only in the end when the disrespect is too much that Big Brother then starts to do all of these. Oh my goodness, these kids are misbehaving. Same as
Mm-hmm.
this season where we've got the Mbadiwe twins. It boils down to the same thing where we're saying they bring people that are influential to the production team. They bring
Mm-hmm.
production friends, they bring production cousins and brothers and girlfriends of their friends. You cannot chastise those people. That's why I mean, Shakes just could not get away with being told to wear a skirt. He was complaining. He was
Mm-hmm.
like, "These people know me. They know I go swag. Why would they do this?" That it speaks volumes. So if Big Brother wants to manage this properly, don't bring your girlfriends, don't bring your friends' girlfriends, your cousins. Bring people that are not connected to anybody. It will be easy for you to be able to control because the production is not one person. The production is probably 18 people, and of the 18, 12 of them have a person in there. It's difficult now to just chastise one and leave the other. That's why we had a show like this, where everybody's related to the other person. If they can maybe clean that part as well, it will be easy for them because nobody's connected to anybody.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
Exactly.
just my last input on this. But yeah, overall, thank you so much, Glory, for allowing us the platform to vent, for allowing us to disagree as well, because I think this season there were so many disagreements. I mean, people were seeing this, others were seeing that, but we
Yeah.
appreciate this platform because we get to come and at least say our piece. We fight here and there in the comment section, but I think overall it's just for the love of the show, right? And so
Yeah.
without this platform, we would all be on Twitter where you don't know if anybody's reading your comment or not. But here I'm speaking, and I know a few people are also agreeing, some are not, but I'm being heard. So this platform is
Thank
very
you.
essential for these shows. I don't know if Big Brother even had, acknowledges how pivotal you guys are, because a lot of what we say, they take action. So I think if you are
Mhm.
not appreciated in those platforms, I think us here as your community, as your family, we do appreciate the work that you do and the platform you give us.
Thank you so much. Thank you
You're
so
welcome.
much, Fortune. Thank you so much. And I value your appreciation. I take it to heart. It's oil for my engine. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you very much. Okay, so there's David. David is back. And Jay Francois said that David is coming to come and fight my battle against Mr. A. I'm glad. But David, there's a situation. So as Cuckoo has been either you know the
Let
situation.
let
She was
let,
here
let her
first
go
and she decided, I
first.
don't know.
Let her
Would
go
you want
first.
for her to go first?
Yes, yes, yes. Let her go first. Yeah.
Thank you so much for being a gentleman. Thank you so much.
Thank you so
Okay,
much,
Cuckoo.
David. Kisses, kisses. Today, anyway, I was like, I'm going to hang in there, even with the
Yes.
network issues while I was driving. I got to work. I had to get to make sure I clear some of the things in my queue before I try to even focus on this and stuff like that. But thank God, at least I get to speak. Thank you so much, David, for letting me go. That way I can go back to.
I
Anyway,
was
I think
already worried.
No, I'm still here. I think totally agree, and I concur with what, especially the previous speaker said regarding appreciating you for giving this platform, because it's like a lot of times we see stuff and we're so frustrated, and you're like pulling your teeth, especially with all these media rounds and the people lying through their teeth, and you're like, can you just fear God for a minute? Can you fear God? You with the lies that you and that some of them are spewing, and but then we are happy that we have a place where you can come and just purge and just vent
Yeah.
and in a safe, respectful way. And
Yeah.
I think when I left off, I was talking about Onyeka and her. She would have
Yeah.
been the best gamer of this season for me, but then by the way, twins just messed everything up for entangling herself with that just messed everything up, and her maliciousness just messed everything up. It was just a bunch of other things that followed suit and just threw her off the game, and she definitely lost guard. And then when you
Mm.
come to the Mbadiwe twins, I feel bad that the housemates were that stupid, because they played them. The Mbadiwe twins knew what they were doing. They, to me, were great, amazing gamers. Maybe
Mm-hmm.
more OZ than OC, but they were amazing gamers. They might
Mm-hmm.
say they didn't have a strategy. That's a lie. Their strategy was just be their presence, and the kind of like they gave advice like be careful, remember what is on the outside. It was something about the show is for how many weeks, you have a lifetime after this. So even Tofa said it over and over that a lot of times his actions were kind of like restricted because of advice that the OZ especially was giving. And
Mm-hmm.
so these housemates, even they all lost guard. This is minus KELLYRAE and Chinwe and all the people that you name. Everybody else lost guard by just, it's like they took everything the Mbadiwe twins said, hook, line, sinker, and just believed them as if they were some messiah that were they were whatever it's like, whatever the Mbadiwe twins were saying, that's what they will sit there, gather around and try to listen to him as if he's pouring out some beautiful wisdom. Yes, what he said might be true, but unfortunately, that's not for a show. So the fact that they already had that kind of the strategy that they had, which I feel like it was to the detriment of production, because they made everybody now to be on guard. So no, and then it's like no matter, because they claim that the show was no lose guard. So the housemates thought that maybe if they lost guard to Big Brother, then that's losing guard. By losing guard to them, but which means they already lost guard. That's what they did
Mm-hmm.
not understand.
Mm-hmm.
They were so focused and so determined not to lose guard to Big Brother, no matter what strategy Big Brother threw at them, that they lost sight of the fact that by just even listening and following what the Mbadiwe twins were saying was already losing guard.
Mm.
And okay, the Mbadiwe twins is that's another. I feel bad because when I sit back and reflect over what happened to TJ, like you said, the cultural influence was on point, because
Mm-hmm.
he was just making a regular comment like he would. Like I made during my when I was in school, we used to have all these cultural they'll sit and speak in their different languages and stuff like that. But at the same
Mm-hmm.
time, you just understand that okay, that's life, that people they might be feel comfortable speaking that way even though it's not convenient. Like here
Yes.
at work, they try to say don't speak too much of your language because you make the especially when you're making the other person feel left out or uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that's where maybe TJ was coming from, but he was
Yes.
misunderstood. But the truth is, yes, the Mbadiwe twins were trying to form their Igbo caucus. That's just the truth. And
Yeah.
unfortunately, people like Chinwe did not want to buy into that idea because like they said, they were not trying to follow anybody's game in Big Brother, in Big Brother house. They were trying to
Yeah.
play their own game and not try to, and Chinwe kind of understood what the Mbadiwes were doing right from the start. And she
Mm.
did not allow them control her game. But let me see, some of them, like Sean, I think he's more concerned with okay. All right. I think he's more concerned with maybe like his connections outside the house, and then
Mm-hmm.
that to the point where he feels like getting all all these connections with the Mbaduis. We're going to help build that, but unfortunately, that's also losing guard, and he even though he did not lose as much as others, but he still lost guard, and
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like you rightly said, TJ was the most strategic. His strategy would have been amazing. I wish he was
Mm-hmm.
using that strategy, because let somebody give that kind of strategy to American Big Brother player. They will see how they will use that kind of strategy, where you are there sitting
Yes.
and everybody is giving you all their secrets. Just the Big Brother, just US Big Brother that just finished on this past Sunday. This is the kind of things that people were doing. They'll come and confide in somebody before you want to know they've used it against them everywhere in the house.
Mm-hmm.
And the winner of the US Big Brother 2 was someone similar like KELLYRAE, where she was very strategic in the beginning, very, very strategic in the beginning, and did not, she made sure that she created alliances in such a way that no matter what happened, she was supposed to see, they did not, some of them did not expect it until it was like later in the game that they started seeing how tough, how strong of a player she was.
Mm.
But I wish these players, or these housemates actually understood how to use. I think TJ, for example, was more focused on. I think he's planning a move to create maybe a practice in Nigeria. So he doesn't want
Mm.
to be. That's how I feel. I'm waiting to see what is going to unfold. I feel like that's where he's going.
Mm.
So he doesn't want to be disliked so soon, and then people don't take him
Mm.
seriously when he opens a practice in Nigeria. That's what I feel.
Mm.
So I don't want
Mm.
to. So I think like he's when the Mbadue said you have a lifetime after the show. So he
Mm.
realized that okay, he has to be careful not to burn everything, because he will need this platform to help him build his practice later, and so he doesn't want to be
Mm.
disliked. So I think like that put
Mm.
him on guard, and that just messed everything for him.
Mm.
Anyway, but
I
thank you
agree
so much,
with you.
Glory. Thank you,
Thank you.
everyone, for
Thank
being
you
so
so
patient with me today. It's been an eventful one. Thank you so much, David, for letting me go. And I just wish you all a wonderful, wonderful weekend.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Kuku. Thank you so much. And before David goes, I just want to appreciate AB for doing another wonderful thing, as she always does, giving this channel a token. Thank you so much, AB. I don't know, you're just an angel. Thank you so much. I am grateful. Thank you. Okay, let's have the defender of Glory Elijah, David.
I hope Coco
David,
has
Saki
spoken.
was roasting me up here.
I know. So, Farnsworth was like, why did you go back? And I said, no, I have to go back. Here's the deal, right? I I agree with most of the things he said, right? But when he got
Mhm.
to the point where it was sounding to me that he was saying KELLYRAE did not really deserve the win, and
Mm.
not from the angle of the game he played, not from the individual now, but from the audience. It came up, and maybe I'm wrong. And I'm sure. I hope Mr. A is still on, right? It came across like saying that when he cited Messi, aka right, and then you said
Yes.
Tasha, and then it was clear what
Mm.
he was trying to say at the time then was it didn't matter. They wanted a female to win. So it's almost like you just want this demographic or this person to win. So in a way, it's almost sounded like they wanted a female, a married person to win this time around, right? And
Mm.
that's why you see things like the money is married, the money is married, and all that, right? But
Mm-hmm.
this is why I do not agree with that, right? Um, and I asked the question. It's a simple question to Mr. A, Fortune, and everyone who agrees with what he said on that, only on that regard. I agree with him on everything else, right? Now,
Mm.
assuming again, just stay with me, right? Assuming KELLYRAE. Now, KELLYRAE and Cassia, the double K told everyone on stage before they entered the house what they were going to do, right? They said they were going to
Mm-hmm.
play a game of we're married, but we're going to behave as though we're besties, right? Right. Now
Mm.
they enter the house and everyone is trying to see what's going to happen, right? The direct question to Mr. A and everyone else who feels that they just wanted to give a married person, if KELLYRAE had slept with one of the other females, if he had fallen into quote unquote temptation, right? If it,
Mm.
or Ankasi actually had gone dating one of the guys there, do you think that they will have won the show?
Mm-hmm.
The answer is
Mr.
no.
A,
No,
where
no.
are you?
See, the answer is no. Like, literally, do you really think that people are so we have to give it to a married person? The person still had to earn that win. So this is what I'm going to say. Number one, you can lead a horse to water, but you cannot make it drink. Number one.
Mm-hmm.
Number two, um, Ecclesiastes 9:11, right? The race is not to the swift, the battle is not to the strong. Food does not
Mm.
come to the wise and all that. But time and chance happens to them all, right? So
Mm.
we all have biases, right? I told you one of my when the initial time I spoke, right? I told you one of my bias was that I wanted someone who's rich to win the next time or whatever, right? It's a bias that
Mm-hmm.
I have, right? So we have biases, but how can 40% of the entire population or 35% of the entire voting population have the same bias at the same time that they
Mm.
all want a married person to win it? Like, you cannot control people's mindsets, right? There has to be, so just because there is some level of, and I agree to a degree that if you're running 100 meters race, right, and there are 8 lanes and 7 people are on the big starting line, and the eighth person is 50 meters already, that person is closer to the end game, right? So there might be some bias that a married person was coming into this game that they had built into them. But that bias would not take them to the finish line if they didn't do their own part, right? So if Kelly
True.
Ray had lost guard, it was no lose guard, right? If Kelly Ray had lost guard, right, he will not have won. I'm telling you, the question that was not a rhetorical question. It was a question that if Kelly Ray had slept with multiple ladies in this show, the answer is he will not have won the show, right? So, and
Mm.
there's no way you can teach that answer. That's the answer, right? Which means that people were not just they were looking at it from, okay, they're married, but what are we going to get from it, right? Because if we
True.
get cheating from it, and with the kind of with the kind of with the kind of community we are, right? People will not vote for them. I'm telling you. Number
Mm-hmm.
two, right? If you look at the voting pattern, like the way they voted, the first week, the actual week number one, Double K was not number one on the list. It was the one in handy pair. It was from week two that they overtook them, and then they remain on top till the very end, right? Depends on who's
Yes.
on call and all that. So it's not like there was an inbuilt. We gotta make sure this person gets it. If the
Mm-hmm.
person messed up, the person messed up. Talking about the last speaker, right? We have to. I told you I agree with Mr. A, right? This is one of the places where I agree with him, right? Production. This season, again, I call your attention, Glory, back to when you said the show was 6/10. Was it really 6/10? Like, there's a lot of people that believe this was one of the worst shows. I'm just telling you straight up, right? Now,
Mm.
production has to be. What do you expect? The fact that the show was not so at the level that people wanted it tells you that people have an expectation, right?
Yeah.
And when the outcome does not meet expectation, people say it's faulty, right?
Mm.
So we all have outcomes that we expect. We have expectations in our mind. Some people, the expectations they have is based on the previous shows they've watched. Whether the
Yes.
shows are only, it doesn't matter if the shows are only BBnaija or South African Zanzi or US or UK, right? But over
Mm-hmm.
time, people develop their expectation for the next season, right? Now, because of some actions or inactions that productions took in this season, that's why the season looks weak. Now, which
Yes.
other season, which other season do you know where eviction was done the first week? The very first week,
Mm-hmm.
they evicted people. This season it happened, right? It happened to Dami
Mm-hmm.
and it happened to Tammy, right? Evicted the first week, didn't even give them a chance. 6 days, you're out. Of course, they brought Dami later and all that, but 6 days, you're out, right? Number two, when you reverse the steps of eviction, when you make the audience voice heard before the housemates, when you make the housemates the one that will decide who leaves first at the end of the day, and that means what? I mean, I'm talking about the first few weeks of the show, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where you know what I'm talking about, when you
Yeah.
reverse the sequence, right? What does that do to the psyche of the housemates? It means they will want to suck up to each other, right? They want to play Mr.
Mm.
Nice Guy, right? And when you play Mr. Nice Guy, you don't leave with reckless abandon. And if you don't leave with reckless abandon, you don't entertain the crowd. So there are reasons for everything. But I'm telling you, there's time for everything. The season, literally, the season is what it is, right? You may not like KELLYRAE, you may not like his game, but the timing was right for him to win the show. And maybe next year it's probably not going to be right for someone like of his personality, his caliber, his plan, his strategy, you know. But if it was a year of duos and someone came with that kind of game plan, chances is that the person is already 15 meters on the day one because they've already made everyone like to listen to what's going to happen to them. Mr. A is around. Mr. A is around, so I'm going to let him talk.
He's around. Mr. A.
Oh, David,
Mr.
David,
A, I'll come back
David.
after frying me up.
All right. I mean, point of clarification, David. Listen, I'm not actually saying that KELLYRAE is not a worthy winner. He is a worthy winner. Yeah.
Okay.
My bone of contention is, you actually even answered your own question. Yeah. You actually basically said, if KELLYRAE actually slept around, would people actually vote for him? In the society we live in, that is a no-no. And people vote regarding, that.
Yeah.
It happened with Tega. It happened with, who was the other one? I can't even remember.
Tony.
Tony. Yeah. So it happened with those two, But as these people came in and they are married, they didn't do any of that. So that actually was in their advantage. And that's why they voted for them, because they felt like, we are going to have a first married winner of the show. And they are not doing anything in regards to the previous BBnaija who came in all married and stuff like that. They're not doing anything negative. It's actually positive, and we like what we're actually seeing. Hence the reason why we vote for them. And that's why I still believe people emotionally were actually saying we are going to have a first married person to win the show. And that's what they were basing it on. They were actually emotionally voting because of that.
So let me ask you a question, Mr. A and Glory, right? And everyone in the chat and everyone listening to this stuff, right? Is there anybody that has won Big Brother Naija, Big Brother Mzansi, anywhere that part of the vote was not emotional? When you collate the votes, right? Is there any winner? Is there any past winner of the Big Brother season franchise that when you collate the number of votes they had, if it's 25%, 50%, part of those people that voted for that person, some of the reasons is purely emotional. So you can't say that. Let's go back and Lebaye, Kosi.
No, I don't think. I think at that stage, if you look at the early sort of the later ones, you would actually say they are actually emotional. I think Miracle was the very first one I personally believe was not emotional when Miracle actually won.
So remember, my question is not that 100% of the vote they had was emotional, and I'm not saying 0% was emotional, right? You can't put a number to how many. We don't have a way of getting the statistics to know that X number of people that voted for this person voted because of emotions. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying there is no winner that won. All the people that voted for that person was not emotional. Like you cannot get a single person that voted. Every winner had some measure of emotions in the final collation of the people that voted for them. Do you agree?
I mean, I actually agree, especially with the current voting populace we've actually got. I actually agree. It's actually emotionally, it's actually an emotional voting, audience we've actually got.
Exactly.
And that is not going to stop.
I don't like it, but it's what it is. Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not going to stop. And to be honest with you, I that's why I actually personally feel like people saw something different in the sense of a marriage. And that's what they actually said. That's how I actually see that. That's what they voted on based on that. It's like when I keep on going back and saying, people voted for Mercy Eke as the very first lady. It was an actually emotional thing because for me, it was like, well, we've had men they kept on winning. Tasha could have won, but she's actually been disqualified. So who's the next best thing? let's just give it to Messieke. Even though some people didn't even like her, they actually voted for her because they wanted the female to win. And that's what I'm actually saying in this terms around, that KELLYRAE, because he played a good game, he didn't lose guard, no doubt about it. But what I'm actually saying is majority of the people actually pushed it, because they felt
Okay.
like, if we don't want Wani to win it, because we want KELLYRAE, and because they've got this beautiful marriage together, and that's what they saw.
Okay, Mr. A, I have a question. I have a question for you.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh! Because someone come and at least
Don't worry, I'll be
give me
soft.
support. I need someone to support me also. This is a gang up.
Don't worry, it's a simple question. It's a simple question. Okay, so here's the question, yeah? Because
Yeah.
your point, from what you're explaining, you are focusing heavily on the married part, right? But here's the question. Don't you think that people found KELLYRAE's game genuinely refreshing and fascinating? And the fact that this is, in a way, a first of its kind of strategy in any season of Big Brother, after different seasons of witnessing a repeat circle, a recycled circle of different, like the same type of strategies. Don't you think people actually voted for him because he and his partner introduced something different? It was refreshing, and he played the game according to the theme of the season, and so they voted for him. Don't you think that is that, other than the fact that, oh, they were actually married?
To be honest with you, I don't even think anybody actually saw. Sorry, not anybody. I don't think some people actually saw KELLYRAE's game, because they seriously, I don't think they actually saw his game. They probably for the way they probably saw it is, oh, you know what? He's a good husband. He cooks for his wife. He does all these beautiful things. He looks after his wife in the house. So for me, that is like their catch. It's like, oh my gosh, look at that. It's like what White Money did in Shine Your Eye. He cooked for the whole housemates, and that's what they saw in KELLYRAE. He was looking after his wife in the house. That is what I feel people were actually voting on, rather than the whole,
So,
it's a strategy. That's what I
so
actually
Mr.
feel.
A, right? I know it's difficult to define what strategy is, right?
Yeah.
And I know that what is strategy to one person may not be strategy to someone else, right?
Mhm.
What you just defined, right? Do you agree that in that season when White Money won, right? Season 7, I believe, right? Or 6, right? That
6.
season where 6, right? Do you believe
Yeah.
that moving forward, after that post-season, right? All the after action review of that season, unanimously, almost everyone is on the same page that White Money played the kitchen strategy.
Yeah.
So
Absolutely. Yeah.
that is a strategy, right? So whatever means you use necessary to get to an endpoint is a strategy, right? So
I,
that
I, I,
means
Exactly.
I'm, I'm, I'm
that
not, I'm
means
not
what you
disagreeing,
need
David.
to,
I'm
yeah,
not actually disagreeing with that. What I'm actually saying
okay,
is, you see that whole marriage thing has the
yeah,
strategy. That is what
yeah,
people actually emphasized on, and that's what
I see,
people kind of digged into rather than anything else.
I
It
see,
was
I
the
see,
whole beauty about they are married, and it's such a beautiful relationship.
I
This
Okay,
is
so
see,
you,
I
what.
see.
you're agreeing that it's refreshing, it's new
Yes,
and
he is.
different.
That's what he's agreeing. Exactly.
Well,
Glory is agreeing.
hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Remember, I said, yeah, that during Messi AK's sort of like win, people actually wanted a lady to actually win. It's still the same thing I'm
Yes.
actually saying with KELLYRAE. They wanted a married person to win. That is how I'm actually seeing it. Yeah.
So, okay. So sorry. So someone is saying here that they agree with Mr. A. So you have people on your side, by the way, Mr. A in the comment section. Just FYI, right? And the person is
It's
saying,
whether people can come up and comment,
yeah, I know. Well, I'm
Okay.
telling you what they're saying. Maybe they don't want to come up. And the person is saying that because the person says that KELLYRAE's strategy was good, but it did not make the show. It did not make the show. And I'm standing with Glory on this one. When we say something makes the show, right? Tell me how many strategies again in the past where the person who made the show won the show. You see what I'm saying? Like, okay, for example, how did White Money Cooking in the Kitchen make that show? How did Elebaye crying and being bullied make that show? How
Okay,
did
no, no,
Exactly.
no, 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 no,
like
no, no,
yeah,
no, 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 no,
I'm just
no,
saying that
no. For
because
Elebaye,
yeah,
you cannot compare that with anything else. Seriously, Elebaye, her actually being bullied, she actually created all those scenarios. She instigated
I
it.
agree. Well,
Yep.
to some
So
degree, I
so
agree.
she's instigating it. So she's creating content like Onyeka. She's actually creating something, and people are
So
reacting to what she's
so
actually doing. So
okay,
she's basically providing. Yeah,
so
go on.
if you agree, sorry, I'll let you. So if you agree that Levi was creating those situations, hereby
Mhm.
creating a situation where she was in a place where she was being bullied, right? If you
Yes.
agree, right, do you agree that Double K created a situation where people were always looking out if one of them was going to step out of the marriage? It created
No,
that scenario.
okay. You
It
know
created
why?
it,
You
right?
know why I don't. You know why I don't actually agree with that. Yeah, because people like OZEE and was it Chinwe,
Yeah,
and even
Chinwe, yeah.
later on parts down the weeks,
Onyeka,
Oyeka, they
yeah.
kept on pushing and they kept on saying, there's something with this too. There's so listen, even OCA actually even said, listen, you people are married, but they kept on denying, they kept on listen, it's easy for you for one to actually, just come up and say, no, we are not married, and then for the other person to actually say, you know what, I'm not going to push this agenda anymore because I've given up. But I know there's something there, you know. I know there's something there, but I'm not going to keep on pushing it just for the sake of I don't
Yeah.
want, OC probably
But
saying I don't want to cause a scene. It's probably they probably want to, create content or drama or whatever. So I'm not going to give them that. If you
okay,
see what I
by
mean.
the way, hey, I agree that, for example, I agree that Kosi made that show and Kosi won the show, right? So
Yeah.
there are some examples, right? But there are also examples of people that did not make the show but won the show. You see what I'm saying? And it should not be
Yeah,
taken
yeah,
off on this
yeah.
guy now. You see what I'm saying? It shouldn't be taken
Listen,
off on
listen.
him.
As I said, I'm not actually saying.
Sorry, oh, can I say something?
Okay, sorry. Oh, sorry
Are you
about
are
that.
you are you
I'm gonna keep
Mr.
quiet.
A defender?
I'm gonna keep
Please,
quiet. I'm gonna keep
I
quiet.
need some support.
Yeah.
Catherine, Catherine is over it.
Because if you leave this,
Catherine, we're so sorry.
yeah.
Sorry.
Just before I lose that thought, I think that the reason why Kosi made the show and won the show was because she wasn't toxic. And that is a part of the show that we are yet to. What was that word Glory used earlier on? You said something about people who come from the abroad, they have this soft life, they are living, blah, 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 blah. And then when they come to Nigeria, it's like,
Okay, the
what are you doing here?
chameleon
Yeah.
strategy.
So it's like, what are you doing here? People automatically have this thing against them already. Although they have the backing of, they get the fan base, but at the end, they really don't win because there's this other viewing audience who think they are here to show off, they are too proud, they are too arrogant, and all that stuff. For me, I think that the reason why Kosi won was because she wasn't toxic. And let's take it back to the season where it was Cece and Miracle, right? Cece made that
Mm-hmm.
from the get-go. The
Mm-hmm.
theme of that season was double wahala. Cece gave double wahala right from the
Yes.
beginning. She had this thing going where she was like, I'm not on you people's level. I'm not on you people's level. She was always, that girl was chaotic that season. So it was either between her or
Yeah.
Miracle from the get-go. No, it wasn't between her and Miracle. It was between her and Toby. Toby was the sweetheart of the season. But Miracle came from
Hmm.
nowhere and then overtook because Toby lost his guard to Cece. And then Miracle took over. He was also a sweetheart to many people. He had that thing going on with Miracle, with Nina. There's so many things. I don't want to go into all the details, but at the end, top two became Cece, Miracle. In the end, the toxic person didn't win, right? Now, what season
Yeah.
was that followed? Tasha and Mercy. Tasha had the theme of the season on
Mm-hmm.
hold, right? She had it on lockdown. Mercy, on the other hand, had something, right?
From the time she came up on stage, I remember my little niece was living with me at the time, and she was like, what is this girl wearing? I know Tacha was dramatic, but also somebody with 300K followers coming on the show. I mean, she had some buzz going on for her. And really, like Glory said, she sprayed pepper in the eyes of the fellow contestant. She had it from the beginning. But Mercy also has something. I remember my niece saying, I want to see if her bonbon was real. I want to see if her bonbon, I want to see her take off her clothes. That girl did not sleep until, I don't know, because I left her and I slept off. And then they had this female whatever. If it was just about whoever was liked the most, I think Mike had the potential to win that show. And why? It was that emotional side of people who thought, married man, he respects his wife, he's such a gentleman, blah, 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 blah. Until a particular viewing audience saw that, okay, Tasha might win this show. But they also thought that she was toxic. And then they decided, you know what, let's put all our support behind Mercy, who was the less toxic person. And the competition became between the two of them. I feel that if both of them had gotten to the finals, Tasha, even if it was by 0.1%, Tasha wouldn't have won because of that emotional bank that Mercy sold into the viewing audience. I mean, that is debatable. And the only way I would agree with that is if somebody can actually show me, like you know how at the end of the show, they will then release week by week voting results. If I see that, then I'll believe for a fact that maybe Tasha would have won. But for me, or from the trend I've seen over the years, I feel that the toxic person never wins. And to prove that point, CC and Mercy were top two. I know Ilebaye had a team of arisers that came up, but the real contenders that season, based on popularity, were CC fans and Mercy's fans. And I know a lot of Tasha's fans who wanted to prove to Mercy that, look, we would have won. But they were still not able to prove it because I feel that most of them supported CC. But they still couldn't prove it. Whether by 3 points, whatever, or by whatever degree, Mercy still became first runner-up over CC. And that goes to prove to you that a toxic person cannot win a Big Brother, at least not yet. Maybe by next year or in previous seasons to come. That can then be broken. That record can be broken. I am yet to see a season where a toxic person wins the show. Yes, you make the show, you are the...
I think it has been broken already. I think it has been broken already.
Who?
Ilebaye was subtly toxic. And see, that's what we are talking about.
Exactly.
If you can play your game tactically, you can still get ahead. Ilebaye did not have to be chaotically toxic. She did not have to be the Venita or Sisi type of toxic, but she was toxic by instigating all of those bullshit. Yeah, so I think it's been broken already.
Yeah, she was, but you wouldn't pick her out as the most toxic person of the season. So even Mercy is no angel. Don't get me wrong. Mercy is no angel, okay? Because while Tasha was doing all she was doing, she also was doing a few things here and there, okay? She is no angel, but in the end, it depends on how you are then not the most toxic person of the season. And that's where my point is. So, Mr. A, have I in a way supported...
Mr. A.
I mean, I think that we're all trying to say the same thing differently, honestly.
Mr. A,
Yes.
You got someone at your defense now.
Yes, well, I actually appreciate, I mean, everybody actually makes a valid point, and
What's happening to my network? Mr. A, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
No, we can hear you, Mr. A. Glory, we can hear you.
Yeah. So I think Glory is having network issues actually.
Okay.
To my network.
Can you hear me now?
I'm back. I'm here. Guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I can hear you, Mr. A. Please carry on.
Okay. Well, as I said, I think that's the beauty about this platform. The beauty about this platform is we can come here to agree and to disagree. I mean, it's not everybody's opinion is not 100% valid, and
Exactly.
everybody's opinion is not 100% right, so and that's the beauty about this platform, and the beauty I actually love this platform is we don't do it with insults where other people actually come and actually do all the insults and stuff like that, and that's what I actually appreciate about it. And
Yeah.
I can see some of your points, David. I mean, your points are definitely valid. I can see where the angles at which you're coming at, and I think that's what I actually like about this whole thing. It's you, in a way, something which I haven't actually seen. You're actually educating me, and I'll kind of see it from a different perspective and say, "Oh, okay, that's true." That's what whatever you're actually saying, it's actually right and stuff like that. So that's the beauty about it. And as I said, sometimes my opinion might not even be right because at the end of the day, we don't actually get to know what the real facts are. The facts are probably not in front of us, for us to actually see. It's probably hidden, So, yeah, that's all I've got to say. Anyway, I
All
think
right.
Glory is still having network issues.
Looks like she's still having.
Yeah.
Guys,
Glory.
I'm here. I don't know what's wrong with my net.
Yeah, Glory is T-Pain. Glory is T-Pain.
T-Pain.
I'm here, guys. I'm here. My network is just acting up. Okay. I'm here, guys. Apologies. My network is acting up.
No, Glory, I said it's T-Pain. T-Pain.
Oh my God.
Oh, she can't hear me. It's fine.
It's T-Pain. Yes, blame it on T-Pain.
T-Pain network, innit?
Oh my God. Yes, it's T-Pain.
You guys, thanks so
Yeah.
much.
Thanks, guys. Thanks. All right.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, David. Thank you so much, Mr. A. And thank you so much, Catherine, for coming to Mr. A's defense. That was quite lovely. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
All right. Okay, we're going to move on to Twitter and speak with the last speaker, and that is Enoch. Hi, Enoch. You are welcome to the conversation.
Oh, Glory.
Yeah.
Hi, Glory. How are you?
I am good. I'm so excited that you're here. You're welcome.
In fact, thank you very much, Glory. In fact, today I'm in full support of Mr. A.
Hey!
Oh, yeah. You see, I've raised the point before. I have said that KELLYRAE had the best strategy. He had a unique storyline, but I don't think KELLYRAE, when I'm rating, I'll rate him as even top 3 gamers of the season. You see, KELLYRAE, as I said, I remember weeks ago, I made a point that the fact that Ebuka will always highlight the fact that KELLYRAE and Cassia were married to the evicted housemates gave them undue advantage outside of the show to win the viewers. Because it came across that the whole storyline evolved around KELLYRAE and Cassia. And you realize that, and I also beg to differ with you, that if Cassia and Wani had stood, probably maybe Cassia would have won. I think the margin would have been wider with Cassia than with KELLYRAE. And you see, it explains the reason why in the history of BBnaija, even though this is the worst show ever, interestingly, this was the closest. Because you see, it was a close. KELLYRAE had a unique storyline, and probably it put to me.
Oh my God, Enoch, we're losing you. We can't really hear you. Enoch? Oh my God, the connection is wilding at this point. Enoch has unfortunately dropped off. This is so sad. And it was making so much sense. So I'm going to do this. I'm just going to try to while away time for like 5 more minutes and wait it out for Enoch to join us. Yeah. And I really do hope that he comes on. Mr.
Mary,
A
sorry.
is.
Yes, sorry. I just thought of this thing in my head, and it's a question to you. I just want you to actually answer the question, and then I'll just drop off. If KELLYRAE and Cassia were not married or did not announce to the public that they were married, do you think KELLYRAE would have won the show? That's just my question.
I think they still stand a chance because whether we like it or yes, those two, they came with a refreshing strategy. And if you think about it, you will realize that we've had how many seasons of the show now? Let's say 8 seasons before the 9th one. And people were still, I think people had gotten to the point where they wanted to see something different. And this is aside the shippers now. The shippers will always want to see a ship. But for the rest of the viewing audience that were quite interested in the actual game and the competitiveness of the show, I think people wanted to see something different. Like it was long overdue to see something refreshing, something different. And those two, they brought that to the show. So whether they announced it to us or not, so long as they go into the house and in their conversations, we are hearing that, we are married though, but we don't want the housemates to know. I think they will still receive the support. The question that we should be asking is, if they went into the house and they did not live up to the expectation of the strategy that they went into the house with, would people have still voted for them? That was the question I asked. I think I did a video about it and I asked. A lot of people were saying that, oh, yes, they will still vote for them. And most of the reasons I saw was that, because it is different, because they've never seen a strategy like that play out before, and they wanted to see if they'll be able to uphold their strategy. So a lot of people said yes, that they will still vote for them. So that's my take on that.
Okay. All right, that's fine. I'll finally drop off. Yeah, but thank you so much.
But Mr. A, let me ask you my question because you've been evading my question. Stand here, please. Let me ask you my question. Now, you have expressed your sentiment about KELLYRAE's strategy. In your own opinion, who would have been the best candidate this season to have won, if not KELLYRAE?
That's actually a very difficult question. Yeah, that's actually a very, very difficult question. No, seriously, I actually find it very, very. I mean, the thing is, I think you can actually, if you actually want to answer to the theme of this season, or in just without the theme of the season, then there's 2 different answers to that. I can give you to the theme of the season. I can't actually I can't actually think of anyone. I mean, to the theme of the season, if KELLYRAE wasn't there, I can't really think of anyone. Seriously.
So are you saying that KELLYRAE is the worthy winner now?
I've already said that before. I said it before. I said,
Can you say it again? Can you say it again? Let's hear.
It's actually a winner.
Not a winner. Not a winner. Is it a worthy winner?
He's actually a winner, It's
no, not just a winner. Is it the worthy winner of the season or not?
Listen, he won the show. At the end of the day, he won the show. So he's actually the winner, So whether he's a worthy winner, whether it's a deserved winner.
Mr. A, you're not seeing, Mr. A, you're going to pay for me. You're not asking my question. You're going like this.
He is a winner. He is a winner of this show.
I totally value your perspective. And I'm really curious. And honestly, my question is coming out of curiosity. You've laid very, very solid points. And I just want to see where your pointer is beaming on. Like, who would you have chosen as who would have, amongst the top 8 housemates now, who would have been your worthy winner?
To be honest with you, I would have said Onyeka. Hello?
Hello? Yes, I can hear you, please.
Yeah, I said I would have said that.
I can hear you. Yes, yes.
For me, Oyeka is that person.
Okay, okay, okay. I mean, she's not a bad contender. Yeah, so I see where you're coming from, and that's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you so
All
much,
right.
Lori. All right.
Thank you so much, Mr. A.
All right. Okay.
Oh my goodness. David is calling my name with exclamation marks. Glory. I'm saying Samura. Guys. Okay. All right. Enoch is back. Let's continue with Enoch. Hi, Enoch. Welcome back.
Oh, Glory, where did I get to? Because I was speaking and I was speaking and I was speaking.
Oh my God.
I don't know where.
Okay,
I
so
don't know where I got to. So
okay, we lost you. We lost you where you were talking about the margin between, like, if the margin was between KELLYRAE
exactly.
and Cassia, yeah.
Exactly the point I'm saying the closest margin in the history of BBnaija, even though it is clearly depicted the fact that the viewers along the line became fatigued with KELLYRAE's dogmatic strategy. And I give instance whereby historically, white money, beyond his skating strategy, was humorous. So there was more to learn about white money than his skating strategy. Then there was the case of Fina. Fina was authentic. Fina was entertaining. And indeed, our show has shown that the Fina is no different from the Fina that we're experiencing now. And let Baye be won by a victim of circumstance. He was smart, he was strategic, but he won because there was a groundswell of emotions for him. I believe, and I have no doubt in my mind, that KELLYRAE came into the house with the best strategy. But in terms of play, in terms of game, I think Emmanuel Twins played a better than KELLYRAE, because Emmanuel Twins succeeded in swaying all the housemates on their side. They saw in fact, OZEE, the two of them nearly sneaked to the finals. So for me, I have no doubt in my mind that KELLYRAE was the winner. Was he a worthy winner? I disagree. I don't think he was a worthy winner. I think he deserved it on the. But did he do more? No. KELLYRAE didn't do more to win the show. In fact, we're talking about somebody who did more. Despite her viciousness, despite her lying tongue, I think Onyeka did more to win the show than KELLYRAE. Yeah, KELLYRAE was dogmatic. He was scripted. He had a game plan and he stuck to it to the end. And I agree. But you see, if the show had lasted more than 2 weeks, I think Wani would have overtaken him. And I can tell you in confidence that if KELLYRAE had come as an individual, KELLYRAE would have won the show. If he came in as an individual, I believe so. So clearly, his strategy before the house worked for him, and he played. But he didn't do more for me to win the show, and it explains the reason why, even despite the fact that Wani lost focus along the line, Wani came close to winning the show. And I will still insist that if it had been Cassia would have done better in the final than KELLYRAE. Glory, I'm prepared to debate you on that.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, yeah? I agree that Onyeka had her series of strategies, although she did not have the audacity to pull through most of her strategies, right? But for Wani, what game, as a top 2 finalist, what game did you see that Wani played that would have made her deserving of the win? What game?
Okay, all right. So you see, I told you that the game Wani played was no different from the game White Money played. You see, Wani played the entertaining card, being lively, being boisterous, all over the place. And you see, and that's what I'm saying. That Wani may not have played the game to the end, but Wani brought more life to the show that many audience gravitated towards. Yes, I am bubbling naturally. Let me use that bubbliness that I have to my advantage. Even distracted by Sean, history has taught me that Fina was entertaining and she won. White Money, beyond her strategy, was entertaining and he won. So Wani may not have been strategic to the end, but Wani's entertaining card got him close to winning despite the distraction. Wani brought more to the show than KELLYRAE. If you watch both highlights, if you Glory, you and I watch both highlights, you realize that Wani brought more highlights than KELLYRAE. That's what I mean by Wani was more entertaining. Wani gave us more content despite her distraction.
Okay.
The biggest bad boss of the season was Wani.
Yeah.
And Ruth.
Okay, so Enoch, I just realized that you just made the same mistake that I talked about from the very beginning. So if you had started today's conversation, we'd actually done some sort of streamlining, right? And what I explained was that every season, I think we make the mistake of categorizing the gamers of the season, the entertainers of the season, the strategists of the season, the people that give highlights / entertainment. I think we categorize them all in one. Sometimes it's possible to get one housemate that does all of that. But other times, we need to come to terms with the fact that there are categories to these things. And what you just mentioned now, I totally agree with you. Onyeka, Wani, Chinwe, and Ruti, they were the queens of highlights of the season. But if we now talk about the gamers of the season, we can now mention, by the way, twins, Sean, and also KELLYRAE. I mean, you might disagree with me, but I'm just, putting this out there. And then we'll talk about people that were strategic, people that created strategies, right? But they were not able to pull it through to the end. But we can't take it away from them that they were actually strategic. There were housemates for that. TJ was one of them, right? But one is own now. Yeah?
You see, I mentioned in By the Way Twins, for me, that they played a better in-house game than KELLYRAE. I also mentioned that Sean played a better in-house game than KELLYRAE, but for the way he handled Victoria in the first few weeks, he played a better in KELLYRAE. I can go on to say that in the All-Star season, the best gamer didn't win. For me, in the All-Star season, the best gamer was Ike and not Ilibai.
Yes.
So I understand the categorization, but I am saying that beyond the game, we came in with a bet. I didn't see him as the person who played the better game. Because you see, there's an in-house game and there's an outside game.
But do you understand that? But do you understand that there are different levels to how this game is played? Do you understand that there are the silent gamers and there are the loud gamers? Do you understand that them By the Way Twins, their game was quite subtle, but it was equally loud. It was loud in the sense that they were driving the conversation in the house. Whilst KELLYRAE was being the listener of those conversations, he was listening to the conversations. He was tapping information from left, right, and center. It was like a secret agent. And all the information he was tapping from all around the corners of the house, he was using it to his and his wife's advantage. But do you see that? Do you see the disparities in their games?
Yes. You see, there are differences to their game. I agree. But the point I'm just making is that even in By the Way Twins owned the house. And that's why they escaped nominations after nominations to the end. I would even say that I would even say that, but for Ebuka, TJ would have strode to the finals because it was Ebuka who exposed the dark art game. So TJ didn't pull through because he had made a comment about Igbos and had made a comment about KELLYRAE. KELLYRAE was even surprised that it came from TJ. KELLYRAE was disappointed because TJ had assaulted KELLYRAE into believing him that he was a good person, he didn't like issues. KELLYRAE was disappointed in TJ because of what Ebuka said. But for Ebuka, KELLYRAE would have outsmarted him, would have outplayed him. TJ would have outplayed that. Would have outsmarted him. So I think TJ even played a better game than KELLYRAE. When I'm rating, I'll rate him by the way twins. I'll rate TJ, I'll rate Sean before I come to Kelly.
But I don't agree with you that TJ played a better game. I think TJ started with a solid strategy, right? Even though he did not announce it to us on the stage. I think he started with a solid strategy. But the moment Ebuka called him out, the guy lost his game.
That's what I said. That he called himself the moment, you see, he couldn't vary his strategy again. KELLYRAE and TJ had the same game plan. They operated from the shadows. They were similar in terms of game. They were not in your face, but they were playing the game. But TJ got disappointed because KELLYRAE got disappointed because he thought TJ was all good as he perceived him to be. And that's what I'm saying, that the TJ even outsmarted KELLYRAE in terms of the game. But for Ebuka, KELLYRAE would have seen TJ as an ally and would not have even put him on the chopping block or considered him as a threat. But for Ebuka, nobody would have seen that TJ was a dark, brutal gamer. Nobody thought TJ would go to the extreme of tribalizing his strategies. So I am saying that in terms of rating, in-house game, not the out game. In fact, in by the way twins will come, TJ will be second, Sean will be third. Then before I consider KELLYRAE. And that's why I say there's a linkage between the voting result in the end. It shows you how close it was because people didn't see beyond the game. KELLYRAE didn't do much to end the victory. But one didn't play any better game, but one is entertaining personality got him close to winning the show. That is the point I'm making. So one didn't have any better strategy. I agree. But just the mere fact that he was entertaining got her close to beating KELLYRAE. And that's why I keep on saying that if Cassia and Wani have two neck to neck, Cassia will have beaten Wani by a wider margin. Why? Because there was more to Cassia's game than the script.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Yeah.
Yes.
Remove KELLYRAE now from the picture. Between Wani and Onyeka, in terms of entertainment, because you just mentioned that Wani did a lot to entertain, right? So between Wani and Onyeka, who gave the most entertainment this season?
I'll give it to Onyeka. Because Onyeka was consistent.
Okay, I agree with you on that.
Yeah. You see, Onyeka, Wani is a twin. So one is entertainment. Honey rub off one. So you see, when you are twin, the synergy was there, and it became much more easy. Onyeka was entertaining on her own.
Yes.
And she was consistent.
Yes.
She was consistent with the entertainment.
Yes.
Whether lies, theory of lies, whether creating funny jokes, whether even dancing two parties, Onyeka was everywhere. She was consistent.
I agree with you on that.
Yes. So in terms of and even entertainment, in terms of strategy, Onyeka was miles ahead. Just that she was vicious with her strategies, and it doesn't win. But so even if you are rating the females who deserve to win, not based on emotions and not based on anything, but based on in-house game and strategies, I think I will even rate Onyeka more than KELLYRAE. In-house, talk about in-house, not a unique storyline. Your ability to play the in-house game, strategize, and get ahead of your peers makes you more stronger
I see where you're coming from.
Yeah, I rate you better with your in-house game because there you have to think on your feet. You see, because you have to vary from plan A, plan B, plan C. And that's what I liked about Onyeka. Onyeka will vary his strategies. Step 1, step 2, step 3. Week 1, he was close to Far and Switch. It wasn't working. He had to cry. She had to cry. She had to do emotional blackmail and all those things.
I actually see where you're coming from, and I agree with you.
Yes.
Hence the reason I will still also argue that yes, Onyeka was very entertaining to some extent. Yes, Onyeka gave us a lot of content. She gave us a lot of talking points. Yes, Onyeka, in my own opinion, is the queen of highlights of the season, as she was never resting. She was always creating something, she was always doing something. But when it came to someone that really played the game, I don't think Onyeka really played the game. I think she got swallowed up by her own game.
Yes. I agree with you. Onyeka didn't play the game to the end. She got distracted.
Yeah.
She got consumed by her own game. I agree.
Yeah.
I was just talking basically based on entertainment.
Okay.
I think entertainment, he gave 100% to the end. But in terms of in-house game, in-house, not bringing your storyline and sticking to the script, but in-house, how to maneuver your way, how to strategize, how to build alliance, how to sway housemates. I think, by the way, if we rate it based on gamemanship, in Madway Twins were miles ahead. If we're rating in terms of gamemanship and strategy, how to maneuver, TJ was excellent until Ebuka's expose.
I agree with you on that.
Yeah, he had a plan A, but he didn't have a plan B.
Yeah.
He was lost in the act.
Yes.
But you see, KELLYRAE had a unique storyline and stuck to it in-house. That was the end. And that's why he couldn't win with a bigger margin. Because you see, the more the game got intense, the more he was in the dark. He was taken to the script. And the more the people who were varying their tactics were coming to the front line. It's either they were escaping nominations or they were doing better in the post. And that's why you realize when you look at Onyeka, when you look at Sean's trajectory, Sean in particular, Sean hung into the end. If Ebuka had not exposed Sean about what he said about Nelly's fake hips, Sean would have actually escaped to the finals as well.
I actually agree with you about the Mbadiwe Twins one.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree.
And even so when I'm analyzing, I analyze the in-house game. Then and then the outside game. The outside game, Nelly KELLYRAE was miles ahead. And he stuck to it. But instead of playing the game in the house, who did it the most? Who won the hearts and minds of the housemates? Who won the mental game? Who won the strategy? Who was always one step ahead? In-house, not outside. It was a mad way to it.
I totally agree with you, and they made my cut as well. And I also agree with the part where you said that if Ebuka had not finally succumbed to the pressure from the viewers to shake up the Mbadiwe Twins, both of them would have found themselves in the finals. Both of them, yeah.
They have felt true because their in-house game was so perfect.
Yes, it was perfect. They had it on lockdown.
So much so that they were not doing well in the polls, but they were doing well in-house.
Yeah.
And that was it.
But Enoch, I put it to you. Yes. I put it to you that as perfect as the Mbadiwe Twins' in-house game was, there was someone that was ahead of them. And that was KELLYRAE. KELLYRAE was ahead of them. KELLYRAE saw through their game. And regardless of the many promises that they made and the reassurance they gave to housemates about the future of the outside after the game, KELLYRAE still stuck to his guns. Because when we talk about the power of influence that the Mbadiwe Twins possessed, it was the power to influence the nomination process with some of the people that they created alliance with, right? But KELLYRAE did not allow himself to be swallowed up by that influence. Instead, he stuck to his guns with his wife. And that is why we are saying that this guy, regardless of the public love for him and his wife, he still played his game.
No, so you see, Glory, you see, when you mirror KELLYRAE's strategy and TJ's strategy, they were the same. They were not swayed. You see, people who stick to their script, they don't get swayed, irrespective of the personalities.
They were not the same. TJ did not even really like come on with a solid strategy. It was TJ had to wait till he got into the house before he even started playing his strategy. It wasn't like TJ actually came with a solid plan. It was when he was in the house that he started. But then the problem was he did not have the audacity to continue it.
Exactly. Glory, let me ask you a question about KELLYRAE. Let me ask you.
Okay.
Do you think beyond the storyline that they brought, that generated organic support for them? Do you think KELLYRAE's in-house game generated more support for him than his outside game?
So, yes to your question. And the reason I'm saying yes is because, listen, one of the advantages of announcing your strategy. Sorry, I'm going to have to mute you because there's so much noise from your background, okay?
Oh, sorry. All right, I'm listening to you.
Okay.
All right.
Sorry.
All right, I'm listening to you.
Yeah. Sorry, I just had to mute you. Yeah. So,
no problem. No.
Yeah, so I'm saying yes because your outside game, of course, which is your strategy that you announce to the viewers, that the viewers are seeing and they're actually expecting of you to play, right? It also influences your in-house game. What the viewers are looking forward to is, okay, you've told us that this is what you're going to do when you get into the house. How are you going to pull it off? And you see, KELLYRAE got a lot of support because aside the fact that he went into the house with his wife, he was able to stand on business. He was able to be on the alert. He was able to uphold the pact he made with the viewers, because that's the pact. And this is the problem with a lot of BBnaija housemates. On the day of the launch show, they go on the stage to meet Ebuka, and Ebuka is like, "Oh, are you excited?" They say, "Yes." Ebuka asks them, "Oh, and so what is your strategy? How do you think you can win the money?" They'll be like, "I'm going to bring shege. I'm going to bring drama. I'm going to give you basbos for basbos." But then when they get into the house, they become sissies. Like they can't do shit. They can't do anything. You see, some of them, they get into one useless, miserable, ridiculous, rubbish, ugly nonsense type of sheep, and the next thing you are seeing is they are kissing up and down like nonsense. That's the only thing they go and do. And then you're wondering, is that the bass you're doing? What Big Brother Naija housemates don't realize is that on the day of the Lord show, the moment you are asked, do you have a strategy? If you do, what is your strategy? The moment you open your mouth and you state, I'm going to do XYZ, XYZ, you have made a pact with the viewers. And the viewers are going to keep their eyes on you. They want to see if you're going to do either that thing you say you're going to do, or if you're going to do something similar, or if you're going to over deliver. They want to see what you're going to do. So KELLYRAE's outside game, which was a pact with the viewers, it's greatly influenced how he plays the game. The theme of the season is no lose guard. In other words, do not be taken unawares. Don't lose your stance. Stand on business. So he had told the viewers that this is what my wife and I were going into the house to do. And then the viewers were waiting. Okay, fine. Let's see how you're going to pull it off. Why? Because we've never seen that happen on the show before. And we know that when it comes to the marriage institution, it can be quite dicey. It can be quite tricky and dangerous to go into such a volatile environment, or should I call it a toxic confined space, to go and play a game like that. So everybody wanted to see if both of them are going to be standing on business, if they're going to mess up or not. So they went into the house, and no matter the pressure, and when we talk about pressure, those two faced a lot of pressure. Then, by the way, twins, people saying that, oh, if they are lying, they are not friends, they are lying, to show you that they really scored their card. You could see it from the interviews when housemates got evicted, and even in week 9, when Ebuka told KELLYRAE to, reveal his secret. Even Onyeka that was lying that she knew from day one, is just a blatant liar. You could see the shock on their faces. They were shocked. Even by the way, twins that were saying that no, you people are not friends, you people are probably lovers or something. They were also shocked. But it also made them realize that, oh, we're actually right all along. So yes, to your question, Enoch, I think, where is he? Okay, Enoch, are you there?
Yeah.
Yes. So I think
Yeah, I'm here. Glory, I'm here.
Yeah, so my answer to your question is yes.
When you enter into the house together, it is relatively easy into the house as a couple. It is relatively easier the house as one person. So
I disagree.
I will not even give them.
I disagree.
I also disagree with you. Because you see, the reason I'm saying that I also disagree with you. But you see, this is the first time. This is the first time we are experiencing it. So there's no precedence for us to say they have done well. Because this is the first time we're experiencing it.
No, I disagree. Do you know why I disagree?
Yeah,
Do you know why I disagree? I disagree because yes, KELLYRAE and Cassia were a couple, but they weren't the only couple that went into the house, right? Now, hold on. Legally, maritally, they were a couple. Please, can you mute for a bit, please? Can you mute?
All right.
Yeah. Now, legally and otherwise, KELLYRAE and Cassia, they were a couple. But there was also Chinwe and Zion, who were also a couple. The only difference is that they were not a married couple, but they were lovers. Now, there's another coupleship in that house that a lot of people did not really consider a coupleship, and that is the relationship between the twins, Wani and Ndi. I'm not even referring to the relationship between them, by the way, twins, because that one, they are not identical twins. So they could separate from each other from time to time. But you see, Wani and Ndi, they were almost like a couple. They were, if I just call them a couple, why? Because they were identical twins. The bond between identical twins, in my personal opinion, can also be likened to the bond between a married couple. The only difference is that married couple have sex together, but identical twins do not, right? Now, it would have, I'm saying that it would have been more difficult because look at KELLYRAE and Cassia. These two people, right, they are in a confined space. They had the opportunity to either derail from each other or become overly attached to each other. Overly attached in the sense that they could have chosen to be, doing whatever couples do in the house and just focus solely on that. I mean, look at people that are not even couples in the house. Look at Suja and Nelly, look at Anita and Tofa. Every opportunity they have, they are gelled together. Look at Wani and Sean. Every time Wani is on top of Sean. But look at the two people that are actually legalized couple. They did not decide to leverage on that fact to be doing shipping, because it could have been easy for them to be shipping in the house. But instead, what did they do? KELLYRAE busied himself with gathering information for their own advantage, while Cassia busied herself with her friendship with Victoria. And then the stolen kisses that they were having, which also added spices to the whole thing. So I don't think it is easy for a married couple to be in Big Brother's house to play the game. I don't think it's easy. Anything could happen. Anything can go wrong.
Glory.
Yes.
Glory.
Enoch. Yes, Enoch.
Do you know why I differ a bit? I differ. KELLYRAE and Cassia told us that they had been legally married for the past 10 months. Meaning that they had been under the same roof for the past 10 months.
No, they got legally married in February And the show started in towards the end of July.
Okay, so no, so how many months? So how many months?
Let's call it February, March, April, May, June. 4 months. Yeah.
Yes, 4 or 5 months. So they have lived under the same roof for 5 solid months. And I'm saying the people that you, many of them don't live under the same roof. So the example doesn't apply. And you see, an institution, marriage, an institution. They live under the same roof before they came into the house.
Enoch, I disagree with you. I disagree with you because Damilola, and the other one, Toyosi, they are best friends. They live together. By the way, twins, they are twins. They live together. Wale and Andy, they are twins. They live together. Victoria and Sean, they met each other at Dubai. They've traveled together. That one is there. Who else?
No, you see, I want to even expand the argument. Apart from living together, they had dated for 10 solid years. 10 solid years, in addition of living in the same roof for 5 solid months. So all that I'm saying is that I will not credit them for going to the house. There's no precedent to check it and fail. Because we don't have any precedent to check whether others come in and fail. They're the first couple to enter. Many of the married couples who came alone.
Oh Lord. Okay. All right. Enoch. Okay, it's fine. I'm not gonna argue your point anymore. I'll let you have this one. I'll let you have this one. But that doesn't mean I agree with you though. But I'll let you have this one. All right. Yes. I don't know if I've lost Enoch, but Enoch, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the interesting banter. I love it when we banter in this community. I mean, it's always very enlightening, and it makes room for opening different arguments. I love it when I banter with people like that. I love it, especially when people come with different perspectives. The beauty about it all is we disagree to agree and vice versa. I find it always very exciting. Yeah. But this is where we're going to. Dee said I need to send Glory some Bob clique. You are doing well. Thank you very much. So, guys, you see how we analyze these strategies, first of its kind. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Enoch. I am grateful for your time and interaction. Yes, I mean, guys, oh my God, I am exhausted. But really, this has been a great time out. But before I even continue, I need to once again thank AB for sending in another token. AB, your pocket will never run dry. T-pain will not happen to you and yours. And also to D. D also sent in a token. D, thank you so much. God bless you. I am grateful. Yes, but really, this is where we are going to end today's conversation. And I'm going to end with these last words that, Big Brother Naija, if they will be having their 10th anniversary for the show next year. In other words, it's going to be the 10th season that automatically marks the 10th anniversary. So I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if they're going to have a show next year, because a lot of people are saying that they should take a break. Yeah, they should take a break and re-strategize. So I don't know what's going to happen. A lot of people are advising that, production should no longer pick from their circle, for housemates. I'm going to be frank with you all. I'm not expecting anything else. I am expecting to see another season where we have a lot of people that know production. So to be honest with you, I'm not even looking forward to anything different. Yeah, But one thing I'm actually hoping for is that come another season, whether we're going to have, amateurs, or if we're going to have a celebrity season, finally, I'm really hoping that we get people that are going to be proud of their game. I'm really hoping that we get people that are also very smart, because I'm sorry, I think it's very dumb that housemates go into the house, they play a fantastic game, and they come out and they're lying and talking about, I'll just be myself. I think it's not smartness. at full display. I think it's a very high level of, I don't know, very low level of whatever I want to call it. So I'm really hoping that for another season, if there will be, I'm really hoping that we get people that are very smart, people that have understanding of the business of reality TV shows, people that understand that, okay, I'm going in there to play a game. Yes, it's a reality TV show. And you see, when people define reality TV, they talk about, you are going there to show us your reality. You are going there to entertain us. Well, people also forget the fact that there's also a competition at play. There's also a competition within the reality. Why? Because there's money to be won. If there was no money to be won, then people can equally go in there and come out and lie and say, oh, I was just being myself. I was just being authentic. But so far as you are playing for the win, so far as you are playing to win that money, so far as you are playing for connection or whatever, I'm really hoping that for another season, that we get people that are very smart, people that are very audacious, people that, more importantly, understand the business of being on TV. Because as far as I'm concerned, you have no business of being on TV if you're going to feign ignorance of the consequences. You have no business being on TV if you're going to come out and act naive of all of your actions. If you're ever looking for an excuse, just come out and say that you are playing a game. Just come out and tell people that, oh, there was money at stake, there was a reward at the end, and of course, I had to be strategic. There's no crime in being strategic. And the reason I'm saying this is because this season, we had a lot of potentials. A lot of potentials in terms of people that had the potential to play a fantastic game, people that had the potential to be the best of the best of the best gamers. But sadly, they decided not to, they decided not to give their best. Why? Because they were afraid of judgment. He who is afraid of judgment has no business being on TV, because TV is not for the weak. TV is not a charity organization where people are going to love you for free. People will love you for something. There's something you are giving. That's why people are going to love you and respect you most of all. I think most of these people that go into Big Brother's house, they forget that aside receiving money bouquet or flowers, there's also the respect that comes with, going into that house, playing the game, living your truth, and also coming out with that consciousness that, oh yes, I did something. So there's a respect also. I see some of the housemates receiving money bouquets and, oh my God, I have fans. Well, I'm sorry, but you've got the shame as well. You've got the shame. Because there are still people that would look at you and still say that, oh, is this not the one that did that nonsense? I still came out to come and lie. So we're looking forward to another season that is a better season than this one, a better season, not all the chaotic nonsense, a better season. People that have audacity and whatnot. But I'm going to stop talking here right now because I still plan on releasing like 2 more videos about this season. And then I'll probably just draw the curtains on the season 9 of Big Brother Naija officially. But for today's conversation, I'm really glad and excited that we had this conversation. Oh my God, I enjoyed the banter. It was so refreshing. It was so refreshing. And I'm grateful to everybody that participated in the conversation, either those that vocalized their thoughts or those that were interacting in the comment section. I am grateful, guys. Our conversations are never complete without your participation, and I am always grateful when you guys put in your best foot forward, to ensure that we have a great day. And I really did have a great day with you all. So once again, thank you all so much. I am grateful to my fellow Nigerians out there that are, getting it hot with this pain administration, as David will call it. I wish us all the best. And I don't know, I pray for help for every single person out there that we survive this. It is well with us. This system will not be the end of us. Instead, we'll be here to see better things to come. Yeah. And I also want to thank Adetutuwale for sharing a token as well. Adetutuwale, thank you so much. God bless you. I am grateful. I am grateful. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a fantastic day. Thank you all so much once again for your time. I am grateful as usual. And to those of you that were the silent listeners, the silent viewers, thank you so much for adding to the numbers. I am grateful. God bless you all. I will see you guys on another video soon. Yes, I'm releasing another video very soon, and I look forward to your engagement on the video. All right. Now, all of that said, have a fantastic evening. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Be kind to yourself, kind to those around you, and I'll see you guys on another episode of Frankly Speaking with Gloria Elijah. Thanks for watching, and have an amazing evening. Bye.